I would love to hear from you. What do you think we should be doing to change the mindset? And then I'd let my panelists add to that.
To me, I think we have to start changing our national service policy. When people finish school, especially the which is the free SHS, I think we should change to free vocational education. So people can actually learn hands-on. And when they finish and they are not able to even go to university, they can do something for themselves. Singapore, when you finish school, you have to do your national service. Within the service, you go to the army, police, or any of them. So you learn, they train you, and it brings you discipline. But here we are.
Okay.
Now, in our schools, they don't even home science again. And I can bet you how many of our children today in Ghana school that can come home and ask them to even lay a bed, and they'll be able to lay a bed.
Okay. I'm not sure we have the statistics for that, but thank you very much. I appreciate the contribution around national service. I will take some comments from Dr. Ellen and then Archie. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
You know, mindset change, changing people's, we are creatures of habits. You know, that's how God made us. So if I ask the men in the room this question, that if you are somebody who puts your right leg in your right trouser leg every morning when you are wearing your trousers, invariably, anytime you're wearing trousers, you do it that way. Yeah, and the women who are wearing earrings, this is the way you do it. Every day you will do it with the left ear first. So we are creatures of habit. We are used to doing things that way. So to get people to change, it's a lot of work. But it is possible. It is possible. And with every change initiative we want to put across, we have to strategize how we're going to get the change done. And some can start with, you know, our small little corner. In an organization, for instance, one department can start, you know, depending on what you want to do. And since my favorite is the punctuality bit, a small department can decide that we are going to be punctual for every event, every meeting. And then you start putting reward systems in place. After you roll people in, you communicate and make them understand that it is actually to your benefit to do this way. And you'll see that people will start gradually realizing that if I'm coming to your office program and I got there an hour after the time, by the time you get there, the program will be over. And then gradually start getting to programs on time. And it has been proven in Ghana for so many, well, quite a number of events, you know. If you are coming to our HR Focus Conference and awards, learning HR, we've done this for 10 years. So whenever we're coming for a program, you'll be sure that people will come on time. And we've learned to put in place some time fillers. If we are having a dinner, for instance, we decide that we're not going to do what everybody does. Nowadays, it's even better to eat early because it's healthier. So when, instead of getting people to come at 8 p.m., we tell you we're starting at 6 and dinner is at 6. So if you come at 6 from 6 p.m. to 7 o'clock, we're having dinner. Dinner is laid out. There's no protocol. You go and serve yourself and then you start eating. And then we start at 7 with an opening prayer. And after we've done it a couple of times, people know that if you come at the regular 8 o'clock, dinner will be over and the program will be well in place. Eagle White has achieved that also. If you want to go and watch an Eagle White play, and they say they are starting at 4 p.m. and you got there at 4:30, you'll be in the middle of the play. You'll miss the opening. And they also have put some rewards in place for people who come on time. If you come early, you'll see a lot more than those who come later. So I think we just have to be innovative, and the word is innovative. In the way we sell ideas and bring about change. and also have the expectation that things can change. There's no point in doing things and not expecting that people will conform to the new way of doing things. Right. I think
Archie,
you want to add something to that?
you want to add in mindset?
That's why I keep to my script.
I think mindset starts with leadership. That's where it should start. I recall when I started at Gibbs, I wasn't the CEO then. I became CEO 4.5 years after. And at the end of every year, everybody moves one step forward, like one logo line. So if you are in A step 1, a year comes in, you move to step 2, your salary increases. And I didn't say anything to it. I just accepted it because that's what existed in the public service. But when I took over, then I started implementing my private sector things in there. Then I introduced performance-related initiatives. If you have achieved it, then you get a bonus. If you haven't, you wouldn't get it. And there was a backlash, unions, whatever you have to call it. And I sort of persisted and insisted. So it starts with the mindset. And I rightly probably mentioned national service. What's the national service is the period that you have completed your academic life and you want to transition into work. The purpose of your national service is to prepare you for that. How is it going to prepare you for that? If you go to Germany, national service, everybody spends 1 year, either you are a fire marshal, you are a nurse, or so many key disciplines. When it comes to national disaster recovery, you have a responsibility such that once in a year, you perform your national duty. So if you are a fire marshal, once or 2 weeks in a year, you have to support that initiative. Because of being in those environments, you develop discipline. And that's basically what it is. How can you expect to come to work at 9 o'clock when you know that work starts at 8 o'clock? So where do you develop discipline? Not at university, it's at the workplace. So these are some of the things that must be identified, especially the area that one of the areas you have identified, national service. We should look at it and see how we can implement some of these principles. Majority of the individuals who went for national service, they just go there and they are sent on errands and things. What are you learning? By people who might not even have degrees. So what are you learning from them? So these are the areas that we should look at. National service for the sake of nothing. I don't know. So I believe that it's leadership. If you look across the world and you want to look at countries that are are developed, Germany, military background, Korea, China. I remember once I was talking to a girl in Germany. We're just laughing, and there was a question that came up. And he said to me, Mr. Hesse, there is something you seem to forget. In Germany, we have rules. In England, you have guidelines, and there's a difference. And it's true. In Germany, when the light says red, even if you are the prime minister, it says red. If you go to Rwanda, it says red. Discipline. These are the things that we need to institute within the infrastructure, but it's not there. And if it isn't, that's where we have all these kind of things. So I think his message is clear. Maybe we should send all our national service for 2 years military service so that when we become ashes, when we go to those bushes and things, and when they come out, they'll be very disciplined.
So I guess discipline, intentionality, are sort of key things that we need to drive. I'll think one more audience question. Gentleman in white there.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Caleb Mapido. I live in the UK at the moment. I'm a proud African, and I have a startup in logistics, freight and shipping. And my question first is to Mrs. Egan.
We'll take one, so.
Okay, all right. So in the field of HR, how can we create an enabling working environment for promising and bright youth of Africa in terms of salary structures, employment opportunities, internship and mentorship programs you mentioned about? And we know the situation, our minimum wage rate. I don't even think we have a minimum wage rate in Africa. And it's not encouraging enough to be working in an environment where I'm not motivated. I know it starts with us. I'm more keen about self-development, personal growth, being focused. Yes, at the end of the day, if there's not an environment to support us, where do we progress? So that's my question. I wanted to ask him a question, but
I'll come back to you if
Okay.
somebody else.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes. In the same way, organizations thrive. We want our organizations to be a going concern because it's a business. Otherwise, you might as well be in the Salvation Army, isn't it? So there are situations where we expect our team members to also, earn salaries commensurate to the work they do. In a lot of the organizations in Africa, it's about ability to pay. And we have all organizations, because the labor laws work, everybody pays above the minimum wage, even the factory workers. So what you're talking about is that you want more than the minimum wage, which is understandable. So organizations, I'll tell you about what we do. We believe that a lot of workers have a sense of entitlement. So they know at the end of the month, they will get paid. So they pretend to work and the organizations pretend to pay. So what we advise is to put in some gain sharing systems where you practically write your paycheck yourself. We in Lene HR, what we do is that we create avenues for you to earn a percentage. We don't wait till the end of the year. A percentage of what you bring in. So everybody is a salesperson. And you use your network to bring in business. If you bring in business worth 1 million Ghana cedis, you earn 10% of that. You do the maths. So you decide whether you want to go at the end of the month with a fat paycheck or you want to stay with the minimum wage. And these are a few examples that you can make. And the other is to stop this situation where there is a 13th month. I don't see how you can work any way you want. Other people bend over backwards to meet their targets. We have situations where people don't even have targets. So they don't even know whether they are meeting their targets or not. And at the end of the year, you get your 13th month without any sweat. And the others who are working 3 times as much as you also get the 13th month. So if we have a rigorous performance appraisal system in place, which rewards people who do well, this will change the trajectory and then get, first of all, companies to make more money and then be able to make payment. I think,
yes,
I can't say all, because of time.
Yeah, and I must respect the time because, the standard has been settled. Let's set the standard. There was another audience question. A lady at the back in glasses.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Professor Keja. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Achi, and thank you, Dr. Helena. So my question is, we've discussed the power of governments collaborating with the private sector. From my personal observation, being a student in the UK, I noticed that it's difficult to find help when you come. You would have the ideas, you would think out and wild and loud, but like the typical Ghanaian culture, if you don't know somebody who is at the right place to give you the right direction, you would stray and be here for 10 years and you'll be looking for papers probably, like everybody. So when we come here, finding a center or a space where there's good direction, there's somebody to guide you with focus and to develop your innovation is actually very hard. You need to know somebody who's already doing that. Mr. Archie gave an example of where he was able to make an innovative idea back in Africa because he had the resources and he had the skills from here. So that's my question to both of you. What's, some guidelines, some direction, some hope for us here? So yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, I didn't catch your name, but yes, I think we need to understand that connecting the dots and improving your network is a must for all jurisdictions. It's not only in Ghana. That's why we have situations where you need to build up on your network and get to know the right people who will give you the right advice. And in Ghana, we do have a lot of public sector initiatives they may be, but if you have this small scale, what's the name for that thing? There are organizations but yes, there's an organization that helps SMEs. Thank you. See why I like writing things down. Yeah, so they are there, and they will help you. But if you have somebody who will connect the dots in terms of knowing what to do when you're starting a business, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to make the mistakes I made when I was starting my businesses. Is what I mean. So that's why I say yes. It can get frustrating because sometimes you learn the long way, but if you have a good network system, they'll be able to help you navigate and get things done. And if you're in the UK or in the US, wherever you are, having a good network system works. Yeah.
Just let me add to what Madam Ellen has said, and I agree entirely with what she's said. I recall, if you recall, I mentioned the fact that I was doing IT in car automobile industry. I don't have a clue about payment systems. So when I went to Ghana, the first thing I did was I went to Nigeria. They had our equivalent called NIPS to understudy what they were doing. Then I went to South Africa, Bansep, and I went to the French speaking, and I went to Morocco, to understudy what they were doing. I didn't go to understudy in the medical field. They are payment systems. And I agree with you. What happens when university students want advice on career? They go to the university career advisors who haven't worked before. If you want to be I mean, it doesn't matter whether you are in Ghana or you are in England. If you want to learn about payment systems, come and ask me.
Exactly.
If you want to be a lawyer, go and ask a lawyer. Talk to professionals, not career advisors. They will show you where you can do your masters. So it doesn't. I was a student here as well. So if you want to be a teacher, go and ask anybody else. If you want to be a journalist, Bella is here. So talk to professionals, not to career advisors, irrespective of where you are. If you so wish.
Lots of questions, and I'm going to have to disappoint you. You'd have to find them. They offer themselves that they're willing to talk to you. So find them after. Yes, I will. I need to switch gears because I do want us to be on time. You've already lost time, so I want to make sure that I am able to save some time. I want to switch gears a little bit because as they've been answering, I've been just getting a sense of who they are, right? They have a lot of opinions, quite funny, etc. So I want to switch gears into a bit of a hot seat where I get to ask you questions that are unrelated to resourcefulness and innovation. It's a surprise for Archie. But don't worry, they're very simple questions. I'll start with Dr. Ellen so that you can get a sense of what that is. So, Dr. Ellen, my question for you is, what is one fun fact about you that people don't know?
I've been married 4 times.
So if we had kept the conversation on resourcefulness and innovation alone, we would not have made that. So that's a.
Yes, our main friends are not the same person.
Yeah.
I knew there was a plot twist there. I knew there was a plot twist there. Actually, innovation in 5 words.
Innovation. Wow.
5 words.
Doing something new, thinking out of the box.
5 words. So doing something new is 3.
Doing something out of the box. Okay.
Doing something out of the box.
Yeah.
That's innovation. Okay. Archie, what's your go-to comfort food?
Food.
Yes.
Wow. Interesting. I love my grills. So
You're a meat guy.
yeah, precisely. Yeah.
Okay.
I like my
Okay. So
grills.
right, make sure that's meat.
Yeah.
After Dr. Ellen, what's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
You know, I know that, thank you. I was told that we are all on assignment. And so I'll pass on the advice to you as well. That a lot of us take our time to do about our businesses. And we think and define ourselves with our birth dates. So I have learned that if you are 20 years and you're only going to live until you're 30, you are pretty old. But if you are 50 and you're going to live until 100, then you are really young. So we shouldn't define ourselves by our birth date, but by our death date. But since we don't know what that date is, we have to get on the business of living and working our purpose.
Archie,
Wow.
if you could invite one African historical figure to dinner, who would it be and why?
I think we've mentioned his name. It's going to be either Kwame Nkrumah or Nelson Mandela. I
What would you ask them?
appreciate the attitude of their focus, their commitment, and their selflessness to achieve things to benefit mankind. I think that's something that I really admire. And you don't get that these days.
Dr. Ellen, what's one book that has had a significant impact on your life?
That's tough.
The
Bible.
I'll help you.
The Bible.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, because there are principles in there that have shaped me. Principle of excellence. There's a Bible verse that talks about, do you not know that in a race, everybody runs, but only one person gets the prize? So run your race in such a way that you get the prize. Talks to me about, diligence, perseverance, having goals, being purposeful, And then we know about have you seen a man diligent in his work? He will stand before kings and not before mere men. So how does that make you? You have to be diligent. You have to be focused. You have to, you can't just live by heart because life is short, even if you live to be 100 years. So I think that's what the one book, apart from the leadership books that here, but the Bible here.
So last question going to Archie. I suspect I know the answer, but does Africa need more builders or thinkers?
I think we have enough thinkers. Let's do it.
Especially for Madeline itself, Kingston. Thank you very, very much. I promise you, I don't like doing what I'm about to do. Please move to the front, please. I've been told by the photography crew that it looks much better if we are seated closer to the front. So if you're at the back and you're in the wings, please move to the center and the front. Thank you very much. I promise you, I don't like doing this. I'll just give you a few minutes to do that. A round of applause to yourself as you do that. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will continue now. Right. I just want to mention very quickly, also, we're streaming live on YouTube on the Enemy Africa page. So welcome to our digital audience. As always, a lot of Ghanaians know this expression well. Share the link. Share the link, please. Because of that, we are not speaking to ourselves here alone. So I would advise that when you're holding a microphone, make sure you're speaking into the microphone. It matters little that we can hear you here. It matters more that the audience on YouTube can hear you. So thank you very much. This, for those of us who just came in, this is the Africa Rising Symposium. It's organized by MA Africa and the Rose Largy Institute for Africa at the LSE. We'd like to acknowledge a few of our partners and sponsors. I've already mentioned the Institute, also the London School of Economics and Political Science, Diaspora Affairs, Office of the President of Ghana, Ghana Tourism Authority, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, well represented, you'll find out soon, Ghana Gas, KGL Group JL Properties, Cape May Properties, Special Gardens, Copper UK, Q1 Africa, and Eugene Chauffeur Services. A round of applause for our participants. I was quite moved by the conversation that we just had. We've heard a lot, but I took away 3 M's: mindset, mandate, and manpower. For every other gender here, I only chose manpower because I wanted to balance, with the M's. It's not because I'm a misogynist, please. So we talked about how we should think. We talked about having an objective, and we talked about building partnerships that will increase our manpower. I think we've learned a lot. Let's clap once again for us. We'll move quickly to our keynote speech now. It will be delivered by Mr. Alex Apau-Dade. He's a successful entrepreneur and philanthropist. You're already excited. I need to read this first. I have to. There are 2 important elements. You soon find out why. He's a successful entrepreneur and philanthropist with over 30 years experience working across multiple industries and sectors across the globe. I am personally proud to say he's a product of Monetizing School. For those of you who are not from Ghana, Monetizing School is the only school in the world. He holds a BSc admin degree from the University of Ghana Business School, Legon. His formative career began here in the United Kingdom in 1986. He is credited with initiating the Ghana Diaspora Homecoming Summit in 2017, the Ghana Investment and Opportunity Summit UK in 2018. Both of them have become a biennial event. He serves as chair of the governing board, or he serves on the governing board of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Most recently, he established the KGL Group. It's a wholly owned Ghanaian group consisting of 6 subsidiaries operating in several jurisdictions. He serves there as executive chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone else, Alex.
Thank you very much. I think I was supposed to be there earlier, but when you for a few days there, had a few meetings that you were attending. So sorry, I couldn't. I'm glad to be here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm glad to be here. I told my boy and girl, 2 children. I've got 3. 2 of them are products of University of London, Queen Mary's, but not LSE. I didn't have the privilege of doing University of London or LSE, but all the same, I go here. So I told them that I will be speaking at LSE. It is nice to be with you. Before I start, I must say a big welcome to some of our dignitaries who have traveled around to be here. Some of them my partners. I especially invited one of the top officials, government officials from Cote d'Ivoire, where we do a lot of business, Monsieur Koulibaly. We're glad to have you here. And directors of KGL Group, distinguished guests. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to address such distinguished leaders committed to advancing Renaissance, Africa's Renaissance. Our gathering here underscores a shared commitment to propel the African narrative, envisioning a continent that harnesses its vast potential for the benefit of its people. Our continent stands at the cusp of an extraordinary transformation. This renaissance we discuss today is not merely about reclaiming our past glories, but also about forging a future where Africa stands tall in the global arena. The term Renaissance is deeply evocative, calling periods of great cultural, intellectual, and economic resurgence. For Africa, this Renaissance signifies a multifaceted revival that touches every aspect of our society, from education to governance, to technology and entrepreneurship. It is a clarion call to rekindle the spirit of innovation and resilience that has always been a hallmark of African civilizations. Today, we are witnessing the rise of African innovation that are driving technological advancement. Cities like Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are fast becoming epicenters of digital innovation, producing tech startups that are gaining recognition on the global stage. These hubs are not just creating jobs, they are fostering ecosystems where creativity and ingenuity thrive, where young Africans can transform ideas into impactful solutions. Undoubtedly, Africa's Renaissance is also about leveraging our vast natural resources responsibly and sustainably. Our continent is blessed with abundant minerals, fertile lands, and diverse ecosystems. The challenge before us is how to harness these resources in ways that fuel our development while preserving our environment for future generations. Moreover, Africa's cultural renaissance cannot be overlooked. Our rich and diverse cultural heritage is a powerful asset that can drive economic growth through the creative industries. By supporting these industries, we not only preserve our heritage, but also create new avenues for economic development. Crucially, Africa's Renaissance is about fostering right partnerships within the continent and beyond. Regional integration through initiatives like the African Continental Free Trade Area is a significant step towards building a united and economically robust Africa. By removing trade barriers and fostering intra-African trade, we can create a single market that boosts economic growth, create jobs, and enhance competitiveness. Notably, By collaborating with global institutions, we can leverage their expertise and resources to accelerate our development. These partnerships can facilitate the transfer of cutting-edge technologies, improve infrastructure, and foster innovations that are crucial for sustainable growth. However, it is essential that these partnerships are founded on principles of equity and mutual respect. Africa must not be seen merely as a market or a source of raw materials, but as an equal partner in development. This means ensuring that agreements and collaborations genuinely benefit African countries and their people. We must negotiate terms that protect our interests, promote local capacity building, and ensure that fruits of development are shared fairly. I must add, this journey we seek is not for the faint-hearted. It will need a new kind of political leadership, of conviction and not convenience. Leadership that demands vision, collaboration, and the unwavering belief that our challenges are not insurmountable. We must stand together, shoulder to shoulder with these leaders, as entrepreneurs, investors, policymakers, and dreamers, to foster an environment where ideas can flourish, where innovation finds fertile ground, and where ambition dances with opportunity. Moreover, we will need business leaders with integrity, vision, and integrity, vision, and commitment. Leaders with a transformative mindset that seeks to build sustainable businesses that outlive themselves. We must endeavor to create great African business champions on whose shoulders other entrepreneurs will stand. African business champions whose journey will inspire the next generation and also become role models to them. An equally important commitment to nurture an entrepreneurial mindset among our youth, encouraging them to be job creators rather than job seekers. This is why leading this change in Ghana and on the continent is and has been my life's work, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to share a bit about my journey. Like it's been mentioned already, and like many of you, my path has been marked both with challenges and triumphs. My entrepreneurship journey over the last 30 years has taken me to the highest corporate levels on both sides of the Atlantic, working on projects in the United Kingdom and 25 other countries around the globe. I have remained very passionate about progress driven by multilateral collaboration, diaspora and socio-economic inclusion, and harnessing technology to push boundaries for businesses in order to create strong African conglomerates like the group I set up, the KGL Group. It's the success of such conglomerates like the KGL Group that I believe we can leverage to create great other successful businesses. This is the reason why I also incorporated the KGL Capital as a private equity firm and a venture capital subsidiary of the group, investing significantly in joint ventures and SMEs in Ghana and the sub-region. I believe that this is one of the areas that we can help grow the country. And the KGL Capital in the next year will be investing in their fund in excess of $100 million. Significantly, my public life, serving as the board chairman of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, has been driven by a mission to lead with reforms that incentivize private sector, grow the local economy, and reposition Ghana as an attractive business destination and a preferred one on the African continent. With all my combined experience across different business landscapes and cultures, I can boldly state, without a shred of doubt, that the most successful period of my business life has been operating back home in Ghana and Africa. The opportunities and the rewards have been tremendous, fostered by an environment conducive to business. Ghana and Africa, like most developing economies, has its fair share of peculiar challenges. However, for any entrepreneur like myself, driven enough to look beyond these challenges, opportunities will always present itself. Our success as a group can be narrowed down to several factors. Chief among them is the power of public-private partnerships, which I think you mentioned earlier on. I've always maintained that governments do not create wealth, the private sector does.
Yes.
To achieve a true sense of sustained economic growth, there is the need to focus on public-private partnerships. Governments can leverage funding, expertise, and innovation to accelerate the construction of critically needed infrastructure. This not only facilitates economic connectivity, but also enhances the overall quality of life of all Africans. These collaborations should not merely be transactional. They must represent a fundamental shift in the development paradigm, where the strengths of both sectors converge to create a more resilient, inclusive, and prosperous Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, as a diasporan, I firmly endorse initiatives that mobilizes the African diaspora for the socio-economic transformation of the continent, considering it as a forward-thinking strategy to leverage external resources and expertise for national development. The diaspora, distinguished for its diverse skills and global experiences, stands as an asset poised to contributing significantly to the growth and advancement of our country and continent. As such, the role played by the Ghana Investment Promotion Center in mobilizing and facilitating the involvement of the diaspora is a clear manifestation of a dedicated commitment to tapping into the rich reservoir of talent, knowledge, and capital. The African diaspora, estimated to be around 150 million people worldwide, represents a vast and untapped reservoir of potential, notably by creating platforms for these individuals to engage with local communities. We can foster a culture of innovation and excellence, mentorship programs, collaborative research initiatives, and professional exchanges that can facilitate the sharing of best practices and cutting-edge knowledge, thereby enhancing local capacity and driving development. The diaspora also has significant financial resources that can be harnessed for investment and entrepreneurship. Remittances from the diaspora already play a crucial role in economies of many African countries, often surpassing foreign direct investment and official development assistance. And I believe that, if I'm not wrong, maybe Yofi can correct me, that on the continent, the foreign direct investment was amounted to approximately about 40 to 50 million, and diaspora investment, which I always prefer diaspora direct investment, and that I believe was in excess of $100 billion. So you could tell what diaspora direct investment could do to the continent. However, the remittances that we get in, these funds are primarily used for consumption rather than productive investment. By providing structured opportunities and incentives for diasporans to invest in local businesses, and infrastructural projects, we can channel these resources into ventures that generate employment and stimulate national growth. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Renaissance we envision is not just an abstract concept. It is a tangible reality that we are building together, brick by brick. It is a journey that requires the collective efforts of governments, businesses, civil society, the diaspora, and individuals. It calls for a mindset shift from viewing ourselves as recipients of aid to being architects of our destiny. In this Renaissance, Africa is not looking to follow the footsteps of others. We are charting our own path, guided by our unique strengths and values. Together, let us seize this moment. Let us build an Africa that is prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable. A continent that not only stands tall in the global arena, but also leads with vision and purpose. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Alex Apao-Jade. I'd like to acknowledge once again, Mr. Dade has done that already. I'd like to acknowledge once again Mr. Dramane Coulibaly. He's Director General of Loterie Nationale de Côte d'Ivoire, LONASI. Mr. Coulibaly. And he's also President of the Association of African Lotteries since 2020. And he's Africa's permanent representative in his own right as the World Lotteries Association. We will invite him to say a few words as the program progresses. But now it's time for us to take a quick break. When we come back, we have two more panel discussions that you will definitely enjoy. This is the Africa Rising Symposium. We will be back in about 20 minutes. 30 minutes. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Yes. So take your time, stretch your legs, take someone's phone number, make a new connection. I'll see you in 30 minutes. This is the only book that we're reading. Right now. So it's a lunch
Okay, that's good. And I think that's clear.
Hello, everyone. Can I just encourage you to go and have lunch, please? There's lunch served outside.
Yeah, it's difficult. Honestly. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Last year, it's quite full, isn't it? And then we go, business management plus maths. I went to one time because in the younger days, primary speech was on the but I think I took it for granted. I should have gotten somebody to help them. Yeah, because you are knowing she will also be. Yeah, I took it for granted because she was good naturally. I didn't think that she would get extra help. So as she got older, she went more into it. She didn't like more help. I have sure that I think I was especially the last thing that I had to do. That it was so I think that was right here. The comments. Okay. Yummy. Oh, it's not their fault. Where do you want me to stand? Right here. Yeah, yeah. Let's the columns. You're covering it. If you don't, you can take the other. Oh, okay. This is pure branding. Yeah, I see my mouth. Thank you. You're welcome. Well, the food is in my mouth. But I'm not trying online. No. Okay. That's the great one. Then the food you must show how brown your cheese.
Oh, sweet. I'm blessed. That was a good one. Yeah. Okay, we're wondering what that's found. One more. Thank you so much. Are you done with your work? No. It's such a relief to have finished. But I can see you. Oh, well, complete. Very good, sir. Very, very good. Very good. A lot of key points. You nailed it straight. Yes. You nailed it. Yeah.
All we need is
Yeah, I'm gonna rearrange the switches on screen.
now invite him to say a few words. Before he comes, let me just tell you who he is in case you just walked in. Dramane Coulibaly is Director General of Loterie Nationale de la Côte d'Ivoire, LONASI. He's been Secretary General of the African Association of Lotteries. He is now president of that association. He was appointed in 2020. He is the permanent representative of Africa in his own right at the World Lotteries Association. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, Dramane Coulibaly.
Bonjour, messieurs, dames. Je voudrais vous saluer et puis vous dire combien de fois je suis heureux de me retrouver à ce pupitre de cette prestigieuse école de la LSE.
Good morning, everyone. It brings a great pleasure to be here speaking in front of all of you in LSE University.
Je suis venu répondre à une invitation de mon cher frère Alex Dadé, qui m'a honoré de cette opportunité-là. Je voudrais la remercier pour cela.
A special thank you to Mr. Alex Daddy for this great invitation. He really appreciates it.
Je profite aussi de ce pupitre pour dire un mot à l'endroit des jeunes étudiants qui sont des futurs entrepreneurs en Afrique.
He would like to take this chance to speak about the young entrepreneurs in Africa and how the best way for them to start.
Avant tout, je ne sais pas si celui qui m'a précédé au pupitre l'a fait. Je voudrais me présenter et vous dire que je suis M. Dramane Coulibaly, le directeur général de la Loterie nationale de Côte d'Ivoire.
As a start, he would like to present himself. He's Mr. Coulibaly, the head of the Loterie nationale de Côte d'Ivoire.
Je suis partant le président de l'Association des loteries d'Afrique, ALA.
He's the president of the African Lottery as well.
Yes. Et en même temps, je siège au comité exécutif de la WLA, la World Lottery Association.
And he's also head of the Lottery Association of Africa.
Oui, donc c'est dans ce cadre que j'étais à Paris et j'ai profité aussi de l'invitation de M. Dadé pour honorer aussi ce jour-là, ma présence à vos côtés.
And he was in Paris this weekend, and that's why he had the pleasure of joining Mr. Alex and the rest of us here in London today.
Pour ce qui concerne le thème de ce jour, qui est l'entrepreneuriat en Afrique.
So today he will be speaking with regards to the theme, the entrepreneurship of Africa.
Je voudrais seulement adresser quelques petits conseils à nos jeunes gens, les étudiants de cette prestigieuse école qui peuvent aspirer soit à retourner en Afrique ou bien à développer leur projet société ici à Londres même ou bien en Europe.
So today he will want to take the chance to speak to the young people about the entrepreneurship for Africa here in London.
Je voudrais leur dire que c'est une chance pour eux d'avoir des leaders comme M. Dadé, qui peut être un modèle pour chacun de vous.
So today he'd like to take Mr. Alex as a representative of leadership, so that you can all learn the same way Mr. Alex was able to succeed, for you guys to be able to do somehow the same thing.
Je crois que lui, il est lui-même issu de cette école qu'il a formé aussi et dont il vient aujourd'hui faire profiter les jeunes gens.
As he mentioned as well, Mr. Alex has graduated from LSE, so it is a chance for everyone to follow his footsteps as well over here.
Je crois que chacun d'entre nous dans la vie doit avoir des références, c'est-à-dire des modèles.
So Mr. Alex can be a model to everyone over here, you know, to live up to it.
Et ce que je voudrais dire, c'est que il faut croire en ce qu'on fait.
So basically, you have to believe in what you want to do.
Il faut avoir de la vision pour soi-même.
You have to have a vision that you want to follow.
Il faut avoir de la vision pour soi-même. Je veux dire que déjà, quand vous avez la chance d'avoir certaines compétences, parce que la compétence, c'est déjà le préalable. Hein.
So as a beginning, you have to have the competence for you to follow all of these dreams.
La compétence, c'est-à-dire la formation. La compétence, ça, c'est la formation de base. Et tout ce qui vient après, je pense que c'est l'école de la vie. Il faut avoir de la vision pour soi-même.
So today you have to start with the strong base, and then life will bring you the opportunities for you to be able to pursue your careers.
Si vous avez de la vision pour vous-même et que vous êtes persuadé, il n'y a pas de raison que vous ne puissiez pas atteindre vos objectifs. Si vous avez de la vision, voilà, pour vous-même, que vous avez des objectifs, il n'y a pas de raison que vous ne puissiez pas réussir.
So you will need the vision. If you have the objectives, you will need the vision and the perseverance to continue all of your career.
Le reste, c'est quoi? C'est aussi la foi en Dieu. Et puis, je peux dire 5% de chance.
You have to believe in God, and you have to also have a bit of luck, and you will be able to achieve everything you're looking for.
Quelle que soit sa religion, il faut avoir foi en ce qu'on fait.
So everyone has his own religion, but the most important thing is the faith that you follow.
Une fois qu'on a la foi et qu'on a une dose de chance, je pense que quand on croit fermement à ce qu'on veut faire, qu'on a la vision, quand on a réuni tout cela, on va pour atteindre nos objectifs, ça c'est sûr.
So for sure, if you have the faith and the belief and you keep on striving forward, you will be able to achieve it all.
Quel que soit le secteur d'activité, c'est-à-dire le secteur dans lequel nous sommes, il faut avoir de la vision pour soi-même.
So there are many sectors that you guys can achieve in.
Aujourd'hui, de plus en plus dans le monde, on parle de plans stratégiques de développement.
Okay, one of the main things is the strategic development.
Voilà. Le plan stratégique de développement, je veux dire que c'est dans tous les secteurs d'activité qu'on peut faire un plan stratégique de développement.
So in all sectors, you can actually have a strategic plan that you have to work on.
Même pour soi-même, on a un plan stratégique de développement.
Even for the Lonasi themselves and Mr. Coulibaly himself, there is a plan that he works on.
Non, je dis même pour soi-même.
Yeah, each one himself.
C'est vrai que je ne suis pas expert en anglais, mais je peux quand même savoir si il vous dit la vérité ou pas. Faut pas qu'il je sais quand même s'il transmet fidèlement ce que je vous dis. Voilà, s'il te plaît. Oui, moi je dis que je sais que je ne comprends pas bien anglais, mais je peux savoir si vous transmettez fidèlement ce que je dis.
Ouais, non. Voilà. His English, he's trying to translate as much as he can from French to English, and we're trying our best.
Voilà. Donc, je disais que pour soi-même, on doit avoir un plan stratégique de développement pour soi-même.
Yeah, each one should have his own plan for a strategic development.
Voilà. Quand vous prenez Dubaï, je cite un exemple, un pays que je connais bien, que j'ai visité plusieurs fois. Dubaï.
So, for example, you can take Dubai, which he visits quite often.
Dubaï, il y a 30 ans en arrière, n'était rien du tout que du désert.
30 years ago, Dubai was nothing but just a desert.
Et aujourd'hui, c'est la destination la plus prisée dans le monde aujourd'hui.
So today, Dubai is really one of the main attractions and everyone would like to visit it.
Ceci est parti de quoi? C'est que le roi de Dubaï en son temps avait une grande vision pour l'état l'état de Dubaï.
So basically, the vision was made by the king 30 years ago, and this is why Dubai is where it is today.
Vous constatez avec moi aujourd'hui que Dubaï est l'une des destinations les plus prisées et où on peut voir du tout.
So today, basically in Dubai, you can see everything. So that's all because of the vision of the king 30 years ago.
Et moi particulièrement, Dubaï m'a beaucoup inspiré.
So Dubai inspired Mr. Koulibaly a lot.
M'a beaucoup inspiré parce que ça m'a permis d'avoir une grande vision pour mon institution que je dirige aujourd'hui, qui est la Loterie nationale de Côte d'Ivoire.
So basically, Dubai inspired him and gave him the willpower to think of the LONASI and how to grow it all these years.
Et quand je me suis projeté en avant, j'ai voulu que la Loterie nationale de Côte d'Ivoire soit l'une des meilleures loteries d'Afrique et partant du monde.
So basically, this is why he believes that the LONASI can be, if not the best lottery in the world.
Et M. Dadi peut vous le confirmer avec moi. Aujourd'hui, la LONASI est quand même l'une des meilleures loteries d'Afrique.
So as Mr. Dadi can also confirm that the LONASI is really one of the best lottery companies in Africa.
C'est parce qu'on a cru en ce qu'on voulait.
Because they believed in what they want.
Une fois qu'on a créé cette vision, il faut mettre en place un plan d'action.
So you have to put a game plan from the very beginning.
Et puis mettre les ressources à sa disposition.
And you have to work on it on the plan that you're working on.
Voilà. Et je pense qu'après cela, tout peut y aller. Donc, ce que je conseille aux jeunes gens aujourd'hui, qui ont l'intention de rentrer, ce que je peux conseiller aux jeunes gens, aux étudiants.
A small word of advice for the young men out here.
Voilà, c'est de croire en ce qu'ils font.
Believe in what you want to work on.
Avoir des références, donc des modèles.
Have role models in your life and mentors.
D'avoir foi aussi en Dieu, hein, faut pas oublier cela.
And have faith in God.
Voilà. Et puis, de se donner les moyens d'atteindre leur objectif.
Yeah, and work on it as much as you can.
Voilà. Donc, je voudrais remercier d'avoir accordé quelques minutes. Voilà, au pupitre de cette assurée d'école. Et puis, vous dire à très bientôt.
Thank you, and we hope to see you soon, very soon. Sorry.
You guys, it's not easy, you know. It's not. Right. But we want to thank Mr. Koulibaly very much for gracing this occasion with his presence. It's very important. It's very important that we think of the continent as one and not divided by language or national lines. Ghana is an island of English in a sea of French. If we can't cross those borders, conversations like this are ineffective. It's a kind word to use. Ineffective. Right, we would continue, and I promised you a conversation about how creativity intersects with our economy. The person who would be steering that conversation is Muthoni Mushiri. She's an award-winning Kenyan journalist with over a decade of experience in the field. Currently, she unravels Africa's diverse narratives at the BBC World Service as a producer and presenter on the acclaimed podcast, Africa Daily. This vibrant podcast dives into lively tales spanning politics, culture, business, and more across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, Muthoni Mushiri.
Right. Hi, everyone. I hope you have a good lunch break because we're going to do some audience participation. Before I introduce my guests, we're talking about creativity today. I'm Modani Mushiri, as has been mentioned. I'm a Kenyan, and I feel like I don't even think I've met one other Kenyan today. So I'm going to hold that for us. Wonderful, wonderful. There's a lot of Gen Z. There's a lot of ones giving our friends in trouble. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for joining us in this conversation. I wanted to ask you, when you think of the creative industry, what comes to mind? You can just shout. I'll start us off. Music.
Music.
So, fashion, food. Boldness. Nightlife, color. Wonderful. It's going to be a great conversation. Okay. So I'm going to have our guests come on stage. I believe that we'll start with Bella Mundi, who's a broadcaster and founder. Welcome. Thank you. I'll have everyone introduce themselves after, so I'm just going to read their names so we can also keep track of time. Next, we'll have Chude. Chude, please join us as well. The TV host, and media entrepreneur. Welcome. Kweku, as you come down, I don't know where you are, Kweku, but I don't know if you guys noticed. I'm sure you did. You noticed what I'm wearing, right? Of course. Let me stand. This is a Kweku cacao original design. Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Shopsido, please come on stage as well. They look good, right? Let's give them another round of applause. Wonderful. So as we begin, I just want you guys to introduce yourselves, let guys know who you are, and then we'll just start with you and go down this way.
Hello? Okay, I believe you can all hear me. Hello, everyone. So I'm also just looking at all the Ghanaians in the house, so you can give me a wave, make some noise, say challenge or something, you know? Yeah. Anyway, my name is Bella Mundi. I am a Ghanaian broadcaster, but I like to call myself the Globetrotter. Lately, I've been all over the place trying to project the African culture, and I believe that with your help, I've been able to do quite a good job. But aside that, I also am the founder of BU by Bella Mundi. This is a project that I use to inspire young women across the country. Initially, it was for young women, but the men have found a way to bully me into ensuring that they also benefit from it, which I think is great. So currently, I'm on tour in my country. I'm visiting campuses all across the country to speak to them, to inspire them, to share my life journey and experiences with them so they can also fight for their dreams and their rights. And that's what I do. I do a lot of other things as well. I host a morning show on the #1 TV channel in Ghana, TV3. The politicians, it's quite, a tough one, but at the same time, we need to hold them accountable. We've not gotten to a point where we'll get the president to make some changes. We're still working on it, but I can send you the brief. You can send you the brief. I know, right? I think we're doing our part as young people in Ghana, and basically that's what I do. Thank you.
Awesome.
Right, my name is Chude Jidon. My brain just froze.
There's many talents.
I host a TV show called With Chude that's syndicated across the continent. Also a studio, Chude Jidon Presents, which does films from the continent that tackle the issues that are most urgent for us. And we just released a teaser for our second film, Is It Your Money? That reported on high-profile corruption in Nigeria's oil and gas industry across 12 cities and 4 countries of the world. And we're launching a streaming platform called withchude.com on the 1st of August. So I encourage you to subscribe.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kweku Bediako, Creative Director, Founder, Chocolate Clothes Global. And
Could I ask you something into the mic a bit more? Yeah, correct.
Hello.
Yeah.
Justin mic.
Yeah.
And recently, our new baby cacao, which pretty much goes to address the different SDG goals, sustainability, climate action, all of that. We started the brand informally about 11 years ago, and over the years we've we're evolving, and we're still building one of the biggest, if not the biggest, fashion brand in the world that happens to be from Ghana and Africa. So maybe I'll just be really into my big brother.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
We're good.
My name is Adi Shopolajide. Some people call me Shopsidu. I am I'd say broadcaster, podcaster, media personality promoting African popular culture. But I like to introduce myself as being an ambassador of African popular culture. Anything that has to do with Africa, puts our image in the right direction, I'm there. And this is one of those platforms.
You're in for a treat, huh? It's going to be a good conversation. Before we begin, I kind of wanted to know individually, how did you decide to pursue the career and the field that you're in? We can start with you at the end. Yeah.
For me, I think it was more or less like a little bit of a hobby. I found myself here in the UK about 2 decades ago, where, as everybody knows, it wasn't that cool to be African. Music, African popular music, was not being played in spots that we wanted to be in, whether clubs or parties. And I ended up in Peckham one day. There was a pirate radio station that was speaking not only to the Peckham area, but I knew it was speaking to my community, Nigerians, Ghanaians. And they gave me a 2-hour slot to come and play my music as loud as I can without being disturbed. And at that time, I just started doing that. It sent shivers down my spine. I felt like people were listening, people were enjoying. A lot of people identified with it, and I stuck with it. As crazy as it may sound, I also have a completely different career on the other side. Yeah. This was what spoke to me spiritually and emotionally, and that's how I stuck to it.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think I got into the industry, as I said, about 11 years ago. I'm an originally trained IT archaeologist, right? And I think my calling started very early. Actually, so I was born and bred in Port Harcourt, actually, before I moved to Ghana. And, when I was a kid, I used to sketch, come up with different cartoon characters, used to sketch different buildings, cars, all of that. So when I finished university, one of the first companies I worked in was in advertising, marketing, communication. And that's when I discovered thinking outside the box, essentially. And I started designing clothes for my sister, friends, clients. And I had one vision: build the biggest lifestyle fashion brand in the world. And so, starting a couple of years ago, trying to build an aesthetic and a strategy that connects Africa to the diaspora and the diaspora to Africa. And recently, also merging different industries from, as you rightly said, sports, fashion, food, language. We just got licensed in the first, it might be the only, but first African brand to be licensed by the NBA.
I have been working in the media. Next year will be 25 years.
Wow.
I began to work at the age of 15, so child abuse issues. I had always been a couch potato. I liked the media, but never thought I would work in the media because I didn't see it as an economically viable career path in Nigeria. But then when I was 14 and in high school, I wrote a novel, my first novel, and it was published. And the publisher didn't know how to do publicity for the book. But I knew all the columnists and all the TV hosts and all the radio hosts. So when I got back to Lagos, I took my book and went to their stations and went to meet them. And while I was being interviewed by one of them, the late great for Nigerians, for the 3 Nigerians who are here, the late great Livia Drum, and right on the air, he gave me my first job. He just said, I think he's a bit, well, okay, I have to report it as it was said. I think he's a great guy. What do you guys think? I think we should give him a segment on the show. And that's how, before I even got into university, I had my first job. And then working with him and with the other people I worked with after Fumi on there, I began to realize that the media wasn't just going to entertain, it could actually galvanize people to take action. And that has been my career path, completely by chance.
Wow. So for me, I'll start by saying that my career was born out of pain, disappointment, failure, embarrassment, and I'll tell you why. So back in 2010, I was in my third year at the University of Ghana, and there was a very popular beauty pageant at the time, Miss Malika Ghana. So I'll tell you the truth, I wanted the car. It was too flashy and I wanted it back. So I decided to participate. And I was picked as the likely winner for that competition because I was very vocal. I mean, I was doing everything possible to make sure that I was the best option. But when we got to the finals, I was asked my final question and I really prepared for everything else, but for question and answer. So I was asked my final question, who is an African? Yeah, and I froze. I could not say a word. I mean, I could hear the audience because a lot of them came. I could tell that they were hoping I'd be able to answer it. And I just couldn't even string 2 words together. And so I unfortunately did not win, but I placed third. And even that one, I have a feeling that they considered me because again, I had done quite a lot of work. But during that period, the organizers of the pageant had said that they noticed something about me, the fact that I was very vocal and, you know, I loved the cameras. So they told me to go back to school. And if I think about it and I want to be in the media, I should come back to them because they had also just started a TV station then. And that was Chatterhouse, GH1 TV. So I knew immediately that this was probably the journey for me because that's how I found my purpose. So after school, I went back, did my national service. And then I got the opportunity to get on air. But I started with entertainment for about 7 years before I went into current affairs and politics. But that's what I'm saying, that it was born out of pain and discouragement and all that, because through that, I found my purpose. And that's why I'm here today.
And I'm sure you have the car. Now, as we get into the conversation, we're talking about creativity, especially in relation to economic growth. Koko, I have a question for you as a fashion designer.
Okay.
You know, when it comes to fashion, especially African fashion, it shapes a lot of cultural identity. It's influenced by it. It also influences it. When it comes to your work, how do you then determine how you can give back to the economy in that sense?
Okay, great. So our business has literally evolved over the years. I think, you know, recently I keep referencing chocolate that, hey, we started chocolate out, you know, out from some hustle, like Charlie. Yeah. We hustled doing everything. But again, we've been privileged over the years to be working with different experts from different fields. You know, we've been trying to structure our business. I mean, first of all, you want to give shout outs to like universities like LSE that have been very deliberate in, you know, training individuals in, let's say, conversations such as, you know, well, basically training people in coming back to support industries like fashion. Back in the day, it was just about, okay, hey, individuals stay with different families. You're there for 5 years, they put you into some skill trading, or go and learn how to sew. Today is different. As I said, you have people like me who read science, and today we're doing this. And so we've evolved from just it being some skilled business to actually both skill and mindset. Now, what does that mean? Let me reference even cacao. Cacao was born out of literally our answer to the SDG goals. How do we preserve our culture? One, how do we even make sure that we are minimizing waste? After all the high fashion we do with chocolate, you realize that there's so much waste with some of the fabrics left. The conversations with, for example, most Ghanaians here, let's say we're very big with our secondary schools, right? I went to Ashimoto School. Actually, Bella, yes. Shout out Ashimoto School. Right. I was asking Mr. Davy earlier on that where's his infant school uniform? Okay, I think he's dodging. Anyways, so there's been less focus on school uniforms. Like, what happens to your school uniform after secondary school? We are now being very intentional in working with different alumni, right? to get old school uniforms that will end up in some trash somewhere, patching them up, ripping them up, adding them to literally how we repurpose our outfits and pretty much get it back on. So we take a look at, let's say, what I'm wearing right now. The whole back is full of patched work.
Can we see? Can we see the whole back?
Okay. So all the back is literally from old.
Okay.
Now we patched up. The sign decal is actually from old school uniforms.
Ah.
Right? The printing, for example, is with creatives, kids that are doing school projects, kids from different villages. Like you take a look at specifically local growing areas where kids are forced to labor with their parents. What if that kid is creatively inclined? You know, how are you able to help with that process in honing out their talent? And so we have been very intentional working with all these stakeholders to make sure that Cacao in particular is giving back to the society. Take a look at your community you have on. All the sacks you see is from pretty much repurposed cocoa sacks that was probably going to end up in some river, choking some gutter, you know. So there's so many dynamics to there's so many dynamics to that. And for me, you know, our honorable Mr. Dade talked about the diaspora. You know, we've been very intentional with also working with different people within the diaspora space. There's so many, so there's so much support that we need back home when, you know, sometimes if you don't apply for help, you don't get. And so over the years and currently, there's so much support system that is being put in, reaching out to get the much needed support, whether it's intangible or tangible. So in its own way, we're also helping the community with that.
Okay, very interesting. You know, you mentioned the importance of collaboration. With collaboration also comes innovation. And I want to throw this question over to Shop Studio. I see you looking at me, it's for you. This is for you. When it comes to, as a podcaster, when it comes to the music scene, there's the importance of also moving with times, right? I'm sure, you know, for many people who, my career also started with radio, when you told them about podcasting, they're like, yeah, but that thing is going to be here for 2 seconds and, you know, radio is king. How do you navigate around that? And what's the importance around adapting to these new platforms that arise?
I think for anybody that's worked on live television or live radio in the past, excuse me, one thing that we always felt was live was great. You know, that's where the power was. A lot of people were listening to live radio back home. But what podcasting and people like Chude with platforms where you can go back to the opportunities it gave us as creatives is number one, it gives us a little bit more freedom to explore topics, dive into it deeper than lifetimes could give us. That's number one. Number two, in terms of collaborations and partnerships, using that for the music industry, promoting across platforms. As a podcaster, you become an entrepreneur. You own your platform, you employ, you know, people, you have assistants, researchers, you have producers. Now you're thinking of not only informing or entertaining the public, people that are watching, but also looking at areas where you can cross into other markets. I was just speaking with you earlier on about the fact that, for example, one thing I've noticed with Ghanaian media spaces is Ghanaian media personalities are just as big in Ghana as they are in Ghana in diaspora.
Most definitely.
So she's been stopped by 50 people today taking pictures, the same way she probably would have been in Accra. But what podcasts now give us is the opportunity where we cross-market into different areas without having to do so much. Now she can come on my platform, get me talk about specific topics. And not only is she being watched by people here in the UK or people in Nigeria, but also people in Ghana. So both of us, at that moment, in that partnership, is not only providing entertainment and information, we're also cross-marketing and using that tool to promote whatever it is that we're doing. And that's what the music business has done. If you see the collaborations now with a lot of the Afrobeats artists stepping into countries like Kenya, for example, the first name that comes to your mind is Sauti Sol.
Yeah.
Why are you thinking about collaborating with Sauti Sol in Kenya? Is to target the Kenyan audience, the Kenyan fan base. We're going to Ghana, maybe SARC audience. Let's do that to reach that audience. And I think what these little partnerships have taught us in the last 4 or 5 years specifically is that, number one, it increases visibility or whatever it is that you're doing, media, music. It also generates a lot more revenue than when you're targeting specific markets.
That was going to be my next question. Is there money? It's good to collaborate. It's good to come to Kenya and go where, but is there money?
Absolutely. Yes, we would like there to be a lot more money. We would like there to be access to funding to be able to support these creatives, whether it's a podcaster, a media personality, or music business person, or fashion industry. But once you're collaborating, it opens you up to bigger markets. It opens you up to bigger fan bases. You can also reach markets that have more spending power. You know, a lot of people that watch the media back home, I watch with Chude from here, you know, because access to Wi-Fi is a lot easier, it's conducive. I can watch it on my phone, spend the whole 30 minutes or 45 minutes without sweating. Whereas if I was back home in Nigeria or Ghana, I might think twice spending that much data on my phone. There is money in it. Collaboration opens you up to that many opportunities and partnerships and sponsorships. Yeah. But again,
speaking of Chude, and we're coming into like film, especially with Nollywood, I want to ask the audience, how much do you think Nollywood contributes to Nigeria's economy annually in US dollars? Can I get a number? 5? Higher, we're in the billions, billions of dollars.
10 billion? No.
10 billion. Close to 10, 12 billion. A bit lower than
It's about $600 million a year.
It's 7.2 billion. 7.2 billion. Yeah. Yeah. Which is very interesting.
It's not today's price.
Okay.
There's a lot of money. So there's a lot of money, but it's where is it going? Where is, you know, who has access to it? As a filmmaker, can you tell us what your process is when it comes to funding, when it comes to, you know, having people who are your support system? How do you go about that?
I think the way to look at Nollywood, first and foremost, Nollywood, like most of the creative industries in Nigeria and much of the region, grew organically. So there was no systemic thought as to this is where we want to grow the economy, this is where we should invest money. And the beauty of Nollywood is how, and this is a good analogy, it's not a bad one. You can think about it as being in a jungle. And that means that you can find your path. You know, the one thing that creatives struggle with here, for instance, African creators, is that there are a lot of gates. And those gates are difficult to open generally, worse with your pigmentation, but just generally, the system is set in stone. But back home, the system isn't set in stone. So players can map out their own journeys. And so the Nollywood, for instance, the Nollywood everybody hears about is often the big cinema in Nollywood, yeah? But Nollywood is actually divided into 6 parts, and that's even based on my knowledge. So first is the big cinemas, yeah? Those, 12, 15, less than 30 cinemas in the whole country, so formal cinemas. So those movies have the biggest stars. There's one called New Nollywood. The people we know power that one. Then there's a sector that's driven by the streamers. So the structured streamers, so Showmax, Netflix, Amazon, maybe Roku TV, all of that. Then there's streamers on YouTube, and that's an entire ecosystem. So on any given day, there are at least 100 new movies, Nollywood movies, not exaggerating, well, okay, every week at least, 100 new Nollywood movies produced on YouTube.
Wow.
Yeah, and these movies are averaging 3.5 million views, 6 million views. A movie by one of our biggest actors, Bimbo Ademoye. The first movie she released is almost getting to 10 million views now. This was released a few months ago on YouTube. And all that revenue comes to hand. This is a small film. So there's that. Then there's an entire cinema that's Igbo-based, which is in Asaba. And they're still on CDs, you know, and all of that. It's fascinating. And then there's the entire Hausa cinema culture. And that culture goes from the north of Nigeria through Chad, Mali, Niger, all of that. And so what is happening is Below, on the line and under the line, people are finding different kind of monetary models. People are innovating around the sidelines of a sputtering economy. So people say, well, there's no money, people don't have money to do this. But the people are thinking, well, what's the best way to get them to watch and still make money? So YouTube, for instance, means we have people who want to consume content. Yeah. And they may not have the money to pay for the content, but then there are advertisers and other big money spenders who want those eyeballs. And so rather than get them to pay, even though their incomes are reducing, can we monetize their attention? And that's the beauty of that economy. That's the beauty of the reality. That's the beauty of being in a globalized space, that despite the constraint, oh God, I'm using a lot of big words. Despite the constrictions of your local economy, as long as you have the capacity to create, you can free funding models. And so on the big side, there are people like Canex with Afrexim Bank who are funding big projects with Idris Elba and Mo Abudu and Genevieve Naji, and those are great. But the real industry, the energy of that industry is being driven by people who are innovating outside the formal channels. And everybody is invited to that party.
Okay. What does that look like specifically for you and your work that you do?
All right, yes, you asked this. So for me, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. So when I launched with Today, I thought it was going to do very poorly on YouTube. So I thought Nigerians really, I always say Nigerians have I call the market abeg. For those, the colloquial is Nigerians don't have patience, so too much drama. Like, where's the money, where's the gist, where's the juice? And so I thought it's not going to do well on YouTube. And so I didn't put it on YouTube. I thought eventually African Magic came and acquired the show. That was the goal. I thought, okay, let me put this work out there and then the streamers will come and pick it up. And then eventually we ended up doing well on YouTube, so millions of views on YouTube, but that wasn't the plan. So because of that, people kept asking me, where can I watch the show? Where can I watch the show? And I thought, I found out there was a site called Vimeo. And I thought, what, just as an excuse so people could find the show, I would put it on Vimeo with a full expectation that nobody was going to pay. Also, you couldn't pay with Naira on Vimeo, so it's only dollars. That means that a lot of people were not going to pay. And so we put the videos up on Vimeo, and I forgot about it. And a month later, my tech lead says, look, we have thousands of subscribers already on the platform. And so I pay attention now. And that is an entirely different funding model that didn't exist. Still to date, no show, singular show in the region that asks subscribers to pay for the videos. Yeah, that is a freedom of, and at least in Nigeria. And even our podcasts. So it's one of the top 50 podcasts in the country, but we're the only ones that charge people to pay for the full podcast, And that's an entire income stream that didn't exist before I discovered it. And for many people, still doesn't seem to exist because it feels too risky. So now we're scaling up the model, and now we're launching with Tudo.com, which is going to be a streaming platform for the kind of public interest content that we are doing. And the idea is, and we've talked with people paying, the bulk of the subscribers on Vimeo have to pay in dollars, yeah? And most of our audiences, comes to what Shakwa is saying, are Nigerians in Canada, South Africa, sometimes Ghana, they come and go. Kenya, the UK, and the US. And they make it easy to subsidize the free content that we produce on YouTube. And also it's syndicated. So if you want appointment viewing, you can watch it on Channels TV, on Africa Magic, on Showman, sort of that. But if you want it on demand, then you pay for that access. Okay. And now we're scaling that up, and the goal is by the end of the year to scale that up to 10,000 subscribers. Oh, wow. Paying $5 a month. And so, so I'm having conversations with streamers and big broadcasters. And one of our films, having conversations with a big broadcaster here in the UK, I don't want to mention names. And when I'm looking at the acquisition costs, I'm thinking, I can count on my subscribers to give me that same amount of money and still be able to subscribe to this broadcaster later. And that did not exist 1 year ago. So that's what I mean. So even my experience shows what is possible in the space. There are all kinds of innovative funding models in a space. And again, when I use the word jungle, I know that it's tainted by Western perceptions of the jungle. There is nothing wrong with the jungle. In the first place, the jungle simply means that we have the capacity to chart our own course.
And the abundance.
And the abundance, exactly. I think our markets are jungles that demand lions and lionesses. People who can say, let me ignore what the West thinks my market should be, because they've often tried and often failed. You know, if the West was the one determining how our YouTubers should approach YouTube, they will be struggling for views because the streamers are struggling for views. Yeah, so the more we think of the audience in a way, we have to ignore. We have to do it almost the way that Tyler Perry did it with Black America. And the way that Oprah did it with, you know, her audiences, which is, I don't know what this great, talented, smart, experienced white Black men and women are doing, but there is a way intuitively that I understand my market. And so the same way that I intuitively create the content, I will intuitively create the market, and I will intuitively conjure the funds. That's one way to do it.
As you speak of the jungle, that touches on the next thing I want to talk about, which is challenges in this industry that are faced. Bella, I'm going to come to you because you have a foundation, BU. Could you tell us a bit more about that and some of the challenges that you face?
Well, I mean, first of all, like I said, BU is projects that I'm running in the country, and I'm hoping to expand it to other countries as well. But basically, it is a mentorship platform that I run for young women in Ghana. And I started that, I've said this before, that I woke up one morning and all I could hear was BU. So something said, write it down. And I heard B.U, exactly as I have it now. So I wrote it down and I was a bit confused, but the voice just told me, you're going to have to use your platform to inspire young women, to help young women figure themselves out. And that's because a lot of young women started coming to me and saying, I want to do what you're doing. I want to be a TV presenter. And I asked them, but is that really what you want to do? Are you saying you want to do it because you see me sitting on TV, probably wearing nice clothes, to makeup on my face, which I do not like, and you think that's enough for you to want to do TV? And they're like, oh, yeah, that's true, but I could try. So a lot of them really wanted to become something they were not destined to become. And I needed to use my platform to encourage them to find their true self and their true purpose, which is what I'm doing at the moment. And I teach them based on the challenges I have faced as a young woman in the industry. When I started off, the perception was that for a lot of young women, we were all very, you know, naughty. And so you had to do something to get somewhere. And then there's this young woman who has no idea what they're talking about. And all she knows is she has a voice and she wants to use it. So I come in there, I had all the force, I was ready to do the work. But there'll be a big event that would come up and I'd say, I want to do it. And they'll say, I'm sorry, but you're too new. I don't think you can do it. And I'm thinking, but you haven't even given me the chance. So why are you stopping me? So they give a job to someone else. And I usually monitor those shows that rejected me. And I monitor the host and I'm like, but what they're doing is like 20% of what I can actually do. So why are you stopping me from doing this? So I told myself, I'm going to kill myself and make sure that everybody knows that when it comes to hosting events, hosting TV shows, you know, just basically being in front of the camera, you won't go anywhere. You think of Bella first. And it actually worked. So I started taking up some free shows. I started forcing myself into spaces. And then 5 years later, everybody wonders, but where's Bella coming from? How come we never saw her coming? But I had done all the dirty work in the background over time, and they all didn't see me coming because they probably saw me and thought, she's just this tiny girl who doesn't know anything. She'll fall flat after 2 years and give up anyway. But I still worked hard. Now, every time there's an event, and I mean, my Ghanaian people are here, they can attest to the fact that every time there's an event, I have people who come and say, I actually pitched you because I know you will do it. And then my name goes, and they now start looking at what other things I'm doing beyond just being a host before I get a job. So one of my biggest platforms is Global Citizen, which I hosted in Accra and then in Paris. The reason I got that job, beyond the fact that I'm a TV host, is because they said, we noticed you're running a project for young women. And we were looking for a presenter who just doesn't come to stand in front of the cameras and talks. We want someone who has impact. We want someone who's given back. because you're on this pedestal and there's so many other people who are looking up to you. What are you doing for them? So it made me realize that BU was not just something that I was doing to support women. It was a calling that was supposed to project me to the next level. And I used that experience to teach them that you're going to get a lot of no's. You're going to get a lot of people who'd say, I don't think you're good enough. Even at the point when I was running BU, I'd go to companies and ask them for support financially, and they'll drag their feet. So I've had to run the project for a while from my own bank account.
For those who don't know, BU specifically, the project takes on girls.
Yes, it does.
And
so we mentor girls, and then we've also been able to get a number of them to do internships with some industries. In fact, there was a time when I signed on to jobaman.com, and they were supposed to help 50 girls to find internships in various sectors. So basically, those are some of the things that we do. And if you're interested in the media, then you come under my wing and I help you. And the team that runs BU now, about 90% of them, I discovered them from my project. So my producer, the project manager, I found her from BU. I mean, the one who runs my social media is a product of BU as well. But I wasn't getting the funding. So I decided that if you're not going to give me the funding, I'll invest in it myself, because I know eventually it's going to grow to a point where people are going to recognize it and now want to associate with it. So that's one of the other challenges as well. I got a lot of no's, but at the same time, I also wasn't getting funding. Thanks to God, I'm getting funding now, because I did a video and I put it out and I said, I'm tired of doing this by myself. You guys need to find a way to support me.
Yeah.
And then I got the chance to also go and speak at Global Citizen Now about BU. So that opened me up to the rest of the world. And everybody now is interested in what I'm doing and they want to support. So those are some of the challenges that I face. But at the same time, I don't let challenges stop me. In actual fact, I'll tell you something. My lineage runs back to Nigeria as well. My mom is actually Nigerian. So I always tell myself that the reason I have this fighting spirit is probably because there's some black Ghanaians also are very forceful. But you know how we like to take our time sometimes, I need to push myself into that space.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, but you tell me, okay, try next year. No, I'm not trying next year. I'm knocking and I'm breaking down that door. You don't have a choice. And that's how I've been able to survive over the last couple of years.
There's something important that you mentioned in that, it's audience participation. As much as you create and you're on the front line of it, you're also a consumer. Everyone here is a consumer. Everyone here is a consumer in one way or another. This is to everyone, how can the audience support this whole creative economy?
Do I take it? Okay, let me take it. I'm very passionate about customer support. I think first things first, we ought to be more intentional. If there's one thing I consistently doff my hat to, with respect to the diasporian community, is how they are intentional about supporting Black businesses. I don't want to drop numbers, but I think the most, I take a look at such initiatives like the Beyond the Return. You take a look at how specific individuals come to Ghana, in that regard, and they are mentally hyped about supporting local businesses. Like they are intentionally coming to you. I know there are concerns, I know there are issues, but I want to be part of the change. I feel like as Africans, we don't need to get endorsements from the diaspora before we have that intentional intent to support us. Like as Bella said, there's so much opportunity. We're not even just talking about financial. Sometimes, most of the time, the intangibles, like we want to know that, like, I started my business. How do I even protect my IP? Charlie, it's tough out there. Like, how do I think about this, come up with a collection, showcase at Paris Fashion Week, next minute, someone else is duplicating my stuff.
Right.
So for me, I think support, number one, is not just cash or the tangible, the intangible. How are we getting legal support? How are we getting accounting support? A lot of creatives think that, okay, you know what, I've made $100,000. Then you go and put, let's say, 80,000 back into your fabrics. Maybe that's not the right model, but to have a specific He's an accountant, and I'll give an example. During COVID, two of my colleagues and I started a food business back in Ghana, and now we're expanding to different parts of Africa. Well, if you know, it's called Junkies, back in Ghana. And those are those foodies. Yeah, and if you look at how that brand has grown over the past 3 years, it's just amazing. Why? Because we started it right, built the right strategy, just gotten so many different experts to come in to help us strategize. That Charlie, this is the beggar. This is how much the buns are costing. This is how much the lettuce. Like, we were very anyhow when it came to that. And today we have a brand, 3 years, 3 food trucks, and we're actually moving to Nigeria very soon. So now we are coming for you. Yeah. So we are very. I think I'll just stop here, but being intentional. And not just focusing on the tangible, but the intangible as well.
I would like to come from a different angle, especially with diasporans. And I will use examples of what the music industry in Africa has now achieved. We see the stadiums, the Burna Boy and Wizkid selling out here. But guess what? 12, 15 years ago, Wizkid was selling out the HMV Apollo 5000 capacity without us having mainstream media, no mainstream outlets. It was text messages to our friends and family. Our buying power and supporting mechanism has always been there. Ghana Hip Life Festival, Indigo 12, 14 years ago, completely sold out with the likes of Castro, and the list goes on. And now when you think of what has impacted the tourism of especially West Africa, it started with Nigeria, and then Ghana is enjoying, in my opinion, probably the #1 destination. Let me tell you why I said for Nigeria over the last 6, 7, 8 years, everybody started going back home because the likes of these incredible musicians had become fantastic ambassadors, selling out festivals and concerts here. But then they started to do their concerts back home in December, which meant people in diaspora who had no plans of going back home decided to take their £2,000-3,000, go home and spend more money just to watch those entertainers. Fast forward to Ghana, 2019, the return. The year of return was fantastic. It was a great promotional opportunity, but not only what was done by the government or these different sectors, but most importantly, what the musicians, the entertainers, how they brought diasporans. And now you're enjoying that every single year. I go to Nigeria every year, but I go to Ghana twice a year now. I'm in Ghana in December. I'm also in Ghana in April. Now I'm thinking about Ghana in December.
I'm sorry.
That's basically the culture. See why they got me here. And I'm going to maintain the order, please. I don't know how to talk for.
That's basically what the diasporans have added to everything that's going on. They know when it's time to support their own people. They know when it's time to dip their hands in their pocket. They know when it's time to stand up. What we now want is that not only that the diasporans can continue to support in these incredible numbers of promoting Africa to the world, but we want the leadership at home to understand that the reasons why we're this proud and supportive of our people is our areas, and you would even get more. So diasporans, if you're here, you've done an amazing job. You're the reason why the industry is awesome. And now we need the leadership just to take a little bit of that energy that we exhume on this stage. And you'll be surprised at what can continue to happen back home.
I'm well aware of the time, just because we're going to have some questions. So just think of them as we wrap this so we can move a bit faster.
I just want to piggyback on what you said. And Diaspora, you're doing amazing. But do I think that we can do a lot more? 100%.
Yes.
And I don't know if you watched my interview with Fameye, where he complained bitterly about the fact that it's so difficult for Ghanaian artists to try and fill any auditorium. I mean, now we're seeing that they're doing it. But first of all, they look at you and they're thinking, why should I even come out and support you? But I hate to do the comparison, but I still have to do it anyway. We've seen how the Nigerian artists are getting the diasporans to come out and support them. I would have thought that even for an event like this, we'd have Ghanaians all over the place. We'll have a field auditorium. I do understand they have, busy schedules, so not everybody can be here. But ideally, I would have wished that we had a lot more Ghanaians coming here to support and listen to what we have to say. But the artists always say they don't get that.
A quick rebuttal will be this. I went to see Amachidede. The auditorium was completely full.
No, it has been never.
What I'm saying is, it will happen, but also some of the entertainers and creatives have to take a little bit.
I totally understand. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, we should still go out of our way to want to support anyway.
1,000.
Let me tell myself that I'm already here. I'm probably going through a lot. We know what it feels like to not belong to a certain space that you're in. But at the same time, if I have someone who's coming from Ghana and wants to do an event, why don't I just go support the person anyway?
Intentionality. Exactly.
Them by doing that. No, I understand. I know you're looking for quality. And I'll tell you 100% artists are trying. They are doing what they have to do.
Absolutely.
But a lot of them don't have the confidence because they're scared they won't get the support. And they say it all the time. Now we're seeing a number of them coming out and doing it. Look at Medical, for example, and he was able to fill it. Now he says he's going to fill the O2. Absolutely, I support that. And I hope that a lot of them can come out and do it.
Okay.
But come out as much as possible. One more. I talk about government as well. I think that the year of return was fantastic. How did we as creatives benefit from it entirely? And that's where I come from. I'm sorry, but the truth is that every time they brought a lot of these international actors, Hollywood A-listers and stuff, there was only a very small circle of people who were invited to participate. And the rest of the creative economy was wondering, but how come we weren't called for this meeting? How come we're not being given the chance to interact with them and see how we can also collaborate? That didn't happen. And so government has to do its part. And I'm not talking about a party in power at the moment. I'm hoping that every government that comes can do what they have to do to connect us. You have to be intentional about it. But if you don't do that and you leave us in the dark, we only hear about them and they come for a party in one circle and they take pictures and that's it.
Yeah.
But even tourism-wise, there's only a select few places that these people go to. And it ends there. And then before we realize Christmas is over and they're going back. And we don't get any participation. So
Just 1
minute. Just 1 minute.
Let's say we've been getting some 15 minutes.
One thing I always tell people when I go back home, whether I go to Ghana or Nigeria, number one, I'm not, when people invite me, like December, someone invited me to lunch in Ghana and said we should go to a Korean restaurant. I told them, for crying out loud, I'm coming from London.
Yeah.
You want me to go? How much is it for the meal? They said $60. I said, the fact that you're even telling me dollars.
Right.
Yeah. No idea.
Yeah.
When you go back home, you're supposed to touch the people.
Yeah.
The seller on the streets, the shop, the canteen. You know, this impact. And when you're talking about when governments invite people home as well, individuals also have to be questioned about what the exact reason for going back home is. If you found going back home, I actually want to go and see the people. I want to be in the private $70, $80 in restaurants. I want to go and taste my fufu and light soup on it.
It's also very, it's imperative we also come also very frank with this conversation. Okay?
Yeah,
I will agree with you to some extent about, setting cubicles of people just meeting up to sort of, build strategy for beyond return XYZ. But I think a chunk and a large chunk of it also depends on we as creatives being prepared and also being well structured. Because I won't lie to you, I will use myself as an example. I don't belong to any political party. Yes.
Okay.
But For example, when the year of 10 happened, okay, let's bear in mind, I met, and I'll tell you a story just quickly. I met Boris Kogo in London, not at some rally somewhere. He talks about, oh, well, this is what he's tried doing a couple of years, not working. Now this is what he's doing with XYZ. Now I didn't know XYZ, so I have to figure out who the XYZ was. Now I talk into my network to try and figure out, do you know this? And fast forward, he shows up a year before it's launched. I asked him, like you, I don't understand. No one's going to buy dictionary. So I, fought for it when within an hour, I saw the comments that are coming. I'm like, you know what? I'm looking for more people too. That was where my shop was. Which was like 45 minutes away, pretty much 3 hours away. Yeah. You have to spend an hour to come to me, an hour to where you're going, and an hour with me.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, everybody needed the cash. But then every else window to get a store, they can risky. Which was not really to me by any other person. But again, try to understand that this is the level of structure that you need. These are the people that you're working with. This is literally what you need to do. So it's not just about having the skill set, but again, the mindset of it. Right? Now, fast forward, when these guys started coming in, remember, again, I'm not really in any politician. But again, it's understanding who is likely to come, who's here, how can I get in? Telling fast forward, we were mentally prepared with skill sets and mindsets. Till days. I'll give you a story. There's UK GCC represent, my boss Paul is here. A couple of years ago, when I started coming to London, there was a time when the government decided that let's have a big event to commemorate Independence Day here. You don't want to know what happened. Long story short is a couple of designers ended up in a room. We all said we are doing this. A month later, we had to contribute to get some big space to do it. It was just myself and another designer that paid. $9,000 vanished. We just vanished in there. So for me, it's good to bash the government, it's good to bash individuals. But the fact of the matter here is that there should be a clear vision for you as a designer. And then make sure that you are surrounding yourself with the right structure.
I understand you do. I'm so sorry, but I absolutely understand if you say be prepared for it. And that's exactly what I've done my whole life. And after I'm prepared, I'm going to chase you until you give me the next gig. That's fine. But the door was open for me. And that's how I was able to get in there.
Yeah.
My point is, if they're in town, why don't you open up the opportunity for them to at least meet them? And then whatever happens from that point is really up to them. So if you miss out on your networking opportunity, even though the door has been open for you, then that's really up to you. At least you tried. But in the sense where we don't even have that opportunity, given to them at all, and they talk. I mean, I interview all of them. They always complain that before I realized they're in town and we didn't even know there was this dinner happening here. Nobody told us about it. Yet we have units, we have industries that are supposed to open doors for them. Otherwise, why do we have all these groupings that are supposed to regulate and make sure everything happens for them?
Can I throw it back to you? I say that even for you guys who are in the rooms, is it also up to you to say, why are these people not represented in these rooms? We do. The people who go and they enjoy and they part of the posting, I can't one way.
Even half of the people who are invited for such events are not related to the creative arts economy. They are not, half of them. Yeah. So why are you attending if you don't have any direct, relationship with them?
Let me jump in at this point because I can see that my door is looking at me.
Network.
Hold on. So guys, who has a question, please? We're gonna. You see that? Depending on time, you can tell me, Daniel, but we can just do, let's say 3 at a time. So we like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Ask this guy.
Is the mic? Yeah, so yeah.
We can only do one set of 3.
One set of 3?
One set.
Okay. But these guys are going to be here afterwards, so I'm sure they'll. Hello.
My question is largely in terms of the film, yes, the movie industry. Looking at big players like the US, who've got Hollywood. We're also looking at Nigeria, India, I've got Nollywood as well. Bollywood as well. I was wondering, when looking at such big players, how can the rest of Africa also duplicate what we're seeing from such big players? Because it feels as though there is a gap within that player.
Thank you. It's weird because I was thinking, that was the thought I wanted to contribute to the conversation. And I think that there are two ways of doing it. And there's one way that they mentioned here, which is government. I have no faith in government doing this. That's not a lack of faith in government generally. It just means that government is such a variable that you can't plan with it. What I can trust are markets. What I can trust are investors and industrialists and businessmen who see a sustainable incentive. Now, unfortunately, business in the region, in much of the continent, have been disincentivized because there's a lot of free money, cheap money through corruption. So what you need are very visionary businessmen who understand. Before coming here, I was watching one of my favorite YouTubers ever, Lena Ngungi, in Kenya, incredible. And I was watching her coverage over the past 1 month of the Kenya financial bill, weaved in between lifestyle content. And I thought to myself, there's also this incredible guy in Ghana, Kwado Sheldon, who is the troublemaker. And I was thinking to myself that for my free YouTube content is watched in Ghana and Kenya as well. And I thought to myself, what if there was a visionary billionaire in dollars on the continent who thought the borders that the AFCTA is trying to break down is already being broken down by content consumers on the continent? So how about I invest in the underlying structure that connects these viewing audiences together, and own that pathway for decades to come. We only need 3, and the markets are, Nigeria is a very noisy market. Nigeria, Kenya is a very noisy market. Yeah. All the other smaller populations with stronger markets, strong markets. They will be in Tanzania, Rwanda, those markets. And if we're able to find billionaires who think, let me do gratification, and move these markets together, if we can have just 3 of them, it can really accelerate growth in the film industry. You see, some of the finest films made out of Africa, Africans don't watch them. The biggest documentaries from the continent, we have had documentaries every year nominated for the Oscars. And these are great documentaries by great minds. But you see, the reason why Africans don't watch them is because they don't map out African viewing habits. There's a person here who said, what about quality? If Wizkid had waited for quality, it's defined by external markets, we would not have Afrobeat at its advantage. None of our producers studied in a Western production facility. Facts. K.P. Berexi, who's one of the biggest producers, he's not very well. You ask him if the process doesn't understand his process in the studio. So that's what I mean. I think that for the film industry, we spend a lot of time in our conference trying to get into film festivals internationally. And there's no way from film festival to market on the continent. Even blockbusters don't waste their time trying to impress 2 men in Rotterdam to ignore the West. Yeah. We've already found funding models in our continent. Not because we have not. I'm not talking because we found ways of inspiring our own audiences to find the money and pay, whether they're in the country or they're in the diaspora. Yeah. That's what we need to do. And somebody mentioned something, this particular government, because governments change. We never know what's going to happen. Their incentives change. But businesses, markets, visionaries can actually make this magic happen.
Yes, thank you so much. Your time for one more question. Yeah.
Okay, so my name is Mary Sawad. I know quite a few people here. I've had an interesting career over the last 20 years. So one of which being in media, I started off probably in those shares as you were about maybe 15 years ago. I have to give credit to this company, probably UK. It's everything sensible. So in terms of the creative space, I was having a creative space. I was being from years ago, worked with I've seen the growth in industry at the year. So you can see because it's almost something that it's extracting into creating those to actually extract sustainable perception. Chiba was saying about creating strong financial social actually work as well. Along these two markets or whichever be the West African channel, because there has to be a way to make it a sustainable career path. Because the truth is, for me, it's the industry was because at that point I felt it's limited. But I was doing these telcos and they gave me a check, but I was open to like, when am I wasting my time doing this? And I'm not going to know path. And I was really well, 12 years, 13 years down the line. I started in like 2011. We were with that at the time. But again, this is a different career path. Had I never made a choice to do that, I don't know where we would have been now. Really, I've heard of the good identity. All you guys were about this saying is advice you should give yourself, but you use about the next 3 steps. What you need to do to get to the next stage, and just keep it very much clear.
Okay, we can take one more from the front here.
Sorry.
Who has, okay.
Sorry. I was on the last meeting.
Or maybe tomorrow soiree.
Yeah, maybe we can continue.
We're gonna continue. That's right.
Thank you. I'm loving the conversations. I could honestly pick up on every single point that's been raised, but I know that's not possible because of time. My name is Marilyn. I set up a network during the pandemic called Tricade, pulling together people who are passionate about making a difference, whether it's in Africa or whether it's within the diaspora, practical steps to see how we can collaborate and bring about change. And the question's directed to you, Kweku. I know you mentioned the fantastic work that you're doing in terms of climate change, sustainability, reuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, just using the garments that you produce and see how you can pull together resources. And my question is, when you do that, what benefits do the local communities gain out of this? Coming from the background of corporate social responsibility and seeing how can we support local communities with our profit, with our investment? I guess my question is, after you've done that amazing work, how do those schools, how do those children, how do those communities benefit from the work that you're doing?
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I think, you know, as I said, Cacao started on a pilot in December, but there's so many things. First of all, where we're situating our factory is not in the city. If you know Ghana quite well, it's in the eastern region. So that in itself offers a lot of employment opportunities. We just partnered with the recycling firm and ideas to do monthly cleanup campaigns, for example. So again, we're working with local chiefs, youth chiefs that are sourcing a lot of skilled manual labor from the youth in the community. But I think for me, it's not just hearing Maurice talk about the structures and me also talking about surrounding yourself with a team that also will plan, let's say, will help you plan a 5-10 year agenda. Okay, our kids, I personally have 2 kids, and for the past few years, I'm thinking the next 10, 20, 30 years, what's the plan? Okay. And hence we being more intentional with, let's say, cocoa growing areas. My brand, chocolates, cacao, that should tell you that I'm more skewed towards cocoa, right? And that's where we are starting from. As I said, there's so many kids. Okay, just this past summer school period, I had about 3 different students that were coming to us from different schools that came to intern with us, right? And I'm looking at in the next, the kind of fun and the kind of sort of ideas that they're now having. They came prior to coming, they were thinking about fashion is just going to be okay, I'll come, I'll design, I'll sew. No, but now making it more fun. We're coming, we're painting. They're coming through with their pullovers, we're, repurposing everything into what they're going to be wearing in the next few years. For me, how do we bring these conversations back to our villages? How do we offer kids that will, in the next 10 years, would have probably ended up being, with creative backing, or with creative kids that have a creative sort of traits. How do we get them to also hone their talents and also contribute to the value chain? So for me, to answer your question, the next 2 to 5 years is going to be very interesting. Watching how we will be able to offer certain scholarship packages, setting or scheming more towards structuring kids, the youth, and all the different verticals that are contributing to this, our initiative of sustainability and all that. I hope I'm making sense.
Thank you. So I think we are just going to wrap up now. Thank you, guys. You can really go on. I can see your hands, but I'm not looking. So as you wrap up, just briefly, quickly, we've heard from you, but you can go again. We just want to know, what is your hopes for the future of this industry? Very briefly.
All right. Well, I do hope that this industry, of course, many more doors are open for young people, especially, whether we like it or not. The world is looking at the continent because we have the youngest population. There are so many creatives who just need that opportunity to showcase what it is that they have. And so, especially for the businesses as well, I know a number of them say that they don't seem to understand the industry so much, and so that's why they are not bankrolling the industry. But if you can take some time to really look in there and support these young creatives, you'll be surprised at what we can do to shore up the economy. As it stands now, Africa is only making 58 billion US dollars out of the over 901 trillion US dollars that the creative economy contributes globally to the various economies. Ours is just 58 billion. That's very paltry. There's a lot we can do, and there's so much talent. Please release the funds, the businessmen and women, and let's support the young people. And again, government, open the door for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bala.
Well, 2 things. One is go and subscribe for what you did.
Subscribing is free.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I subscribe to of this content. We're talking about these things, but that's one. Second is what again, much of our problems is the West looks at us with an eye. We don't like that eye, so we resist it. And sometimes we miss the blessings. And when people say Africa is a country, we get very uncomfortable with that. But if we see Africa as a country first and as a market, we become incredibly powerful. And on aside, it makes no sense why it's so difficult for Nigerians to get visas to South Africa, by the way, just putting it virus. Because there's so many creative collaborations between both countries. And for example, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. So we were asking about all these things I'm saying. I'm not just saying them. Over the next few months, I'm shooting in Cape Town, in Joburg, in Mali, because Francophone Africa as well, in Burkina Faso, off to Nairobi next month to shoot, because I truly believe in what I'm saying, that the power that we are going to have as a market is creative collaborations across a flattened market. And so we just need more people who begin to think about that. and begin to understand that it's not a charity case. There is money to be made
Amen.
by looking at the consuming market as a very powerful one across the continent.
Yeah.
This was beautifully said. I think I was literally going to talk about partnerships. You know, I have so many different examples of how this year alone we've partnered, you know, within the continent, BAL, basketball. We just did Paris Fashion Week and we had about 4 or 5 different Africans partnering to make things happen. I personally have once a year a fashion show where I bring different designers from everywhere in the world. But I think basically, as you said, Africa should be seen as a country with diverse cultures, similar, and with even, you know, parts of that differ also helps us also experience each other. And so for me, partnerships, that's the way forward. Yeah.
For me, I think when I was asked the question 6 years or 7 years ago, where would I like to see our music industry, our creative industry? I said I wanted to see us top in the charts. 7 years later, Calm Down has done over 10 million copies. Essence has done over 10 million copies. Love One Titi has done 14 million copies. With 8 million sold in the United States or America alone, generating tens of millions of dollars. Now the charts has become a regular appearance for Afropop music. Now I want the future to be about dreamers. I want innovators, people who can be in their bedrooms in Lagos, in Kumasi, in anywhere in Africa, create with the hope of hitting the top of the tree, not just thinking it can happen. Now we need to start dreaming and we need to start believing in those dreams. And like you said, Just Chude and Bella, there is money to be made, and we want some of these innovative businessmen and women to look at the creative industry, look at the loopholes, where the failures are, plug it in with the finances, and people will look at you as geniuses in 10 years' time.
Amen.
Trust me.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for coming. We're going to take a picture of you.
I want the first one. Right. So while we take the picture, I'd like to thank our panel very much. I think that this panel has had the most applause. They've had the most back and forth conversations. But the time was because you were enjoying the conversation, so I took the break time and gave it to them. I hope you don't mind. Right. While we make the way up, you know, we see that creative stuff. While we make our way off stage, I would inform you very, very quickly that the next panel will be on investments. I've had a lot of conversation about how much we need money to go back into the continent, so into areas like creatives. And one of the panelists on this, our next panel, I've had so many conversations about this with him, and he's been able to clearly map out for me what barriers that we face when we're trying to bring money into the continent. So if you were concerned when you heard some of the challenges being raised, you really want to pay attention to the next one. They may not have flashy clothing, but they have a lot to say. Right. Having settled down, I'll introduce Efua Hagen, who is our next panelist. She's our next panel chair. She's a TV news anchor, commentator, journalist, and award-winning broadcaster. She is in high demand, regularly appearing on the BBC. Her lists a lot of different portals, but you can understand I'm biased. So she appears on the BBC. Watch her with us. Efua is a brilliant keynote speaker covering issues such as diversity, Black Lives Matter, equality for women. Continues to work as an event host and moderator with a number of clients. She lives and works in London. She'd like me to add that in her spare time, she likes to make up dance routines with her daughter, have manicures, and read crime novels. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, Efua Hagen. Wow.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, now I have, thank you. Have the panel before us was fire, so I'm going to try and do better than that. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to be talking about diaspora investment and diaspora engagement. We have an incredible panel, which you can see above me. So I'm going to invite them to join me, Dr. James Orleans Lindsay, Dr. Joanna B.A. Yofi Grant, and Cynthia Torto. Let's welcome them to the stage. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, panel.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Right, okay, so they can introduce themselves way better than I can, so I'm going to ask them to do that now. Cynthia, thank you so much for joining us. Please give us a little introduction on yourself.
So it's Cynthia Torto. I am a brand and communications consultant. And I have led lots of international campaigns for brands such as Vodafone, Shell, Nissan, but where my passion and where my superpowers are connecting brands with consumers, whether B2B or B2C, in meaningful and more important profitable ways.
Amazing.
So that's my background.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yofi Grant. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Since 2017. Prior to that, I was an entrepreneur, but before that, I was an investment banker and a partner of a small boutique firm called Data Bank. Currently, as CEO of the GIPC, I also represent Sub-Saharan Africa on the board of the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies. And what's my claim to fame?
Yeah.
I'm an aspect fellow.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, in the year 2002, there was this naive young man who had moved from the UK to Ghana, and he was building his 3-bedroom house. Well, fast forward, a white boy came along, bought it. He built the next 2 houses with it, and then by 2020, 22, and 22, he became the biggest inner city developer in Ghana, building residential homes. And in 2003, started to do more apartments, started 300 new apartments at once. And that naive young man now is this matured man, James Orleans Lindsay.
Joanna. So hello everybody, I'm Joanna Obey. I run, CEO and founder of Blue Moon Partners. So we focus on executive search and cultural transformation, equity, diversity and inclusion across companies all over the world, really, globally. I'm also a commissioner for the civil service, and author for a book called Inclusion Needs You, and I also run the Diversity Party Parliamentary Group. Thank you.
As you can see, a really esteemed panel, lots of different experiences, which we're going to tap into. Cynthia, I'm going to come to you first. We've all had a nice little pre-chat upstairs. And what I thought was really interesting about your story when it comes to a diaspora engagement, being part of the diaspora and working in Africa, is that you did work in Ghana and you came back to London. So tell me a little bit about that. What's your story?
Oh gosh, sometime back in 2009, I don't know where the idea came from, but I decided to move back to Ghana, and I was relentless about it. But back then, I believe I was quite naive. I had no idea how to go about it. I know there were various diaspora programs, but I had not heard of any of them. So my tactic was Google and to harass people by just searching for names, to the point where I just got on a plane and went to Ghana and knocked on the door of Vodafone, who at that time had bought the national telecom company, and actually had a strategy for bringing back people from the diaspora to help build up the organisation. So I had a bit of a soft landing in that I had a job in an international company that thought the same way I did and valued the experience I brought. But then also as well, I had a Ghanaian passport, which was an easy way to get into the country and to get a work permit as well. So probably a softer landing for someone else who probably didn't have that background. And I had the time of my life. I absolutely adored it. I was worried at first about how I would be accepted. You can hear from my accent that I'm very British, think in a particular way. But honestly, what I loved was the opportunity to bring the exposure that I'd had, the experience I'd had in working in different organisations, and marrying it with the absolute talent and innovation that I found within Ghana. So rather than it being a clash of cultures, it actually was an opportunity to build something beautiful. And I worked on a number of amazing initiatives, things like Vodafone Live, where we brought various artists from Nigeria and America over, right through to a TV program that we did called Healthline that looked at the healthcare system in Africa. And surprisingly, the experience that I had in Ghana actually led to me being promoted, but promoted out of the country back to group. So a bit of an unusual journey for me, but what it did instill in me is a love of the country and a germ in me that is determined to get me back at some point. I'm asked practically every day when I'm coming back to Ghana. I have to admit I'm an error about it, because it wasn't easy, and I'm sure we'll discuss some of the hardships of trying to go back to Africa or even give back to Africa, because diaspora investment doesn't have to be lifting and shifting yourself back to the country. It could be through direct investment, it could be through remittances, or even just through knowledge transfer. But I think now when I think about that question, are you going back? I think I don't have a choice. So one day it will happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Lindsay, I want to come to you next, because you went back to Ghana 22 years ago and started working in property. And Cynthia said to me earlier on something that stuck with me, that if you can do more than 4 years in Ghana as a returnee, then you'll stay there. And you did 22. So tell me about that and talk to me about sustainability, right? Being able to maintain and sustain on ground and the difficulties around that.
Well, I tell everybody the same fact and the same point. It's about consistency. The hunger and the passion should be there. Once you go at it every day, look, for 20 odd years, I wake up every morning, I just want to be at work. That's because Ghana is the only place that we know that you can make $1 and it's a pound profit easily. And I mean it. The problems and the issues are different everywhere, but once you are consistent, you are hungry, you have the passion, that will drive you on. It's as simple as that, although it's an everyday thing. You need to grow your passion, you need to grow your hunger, you need to be resilient, you need to be strong. Because look, everywhere from China to Vietnam to Cambodia, it's all difficult. Everything there is difficult. Trying to be an entrepreneur, trying to start your own business, even working for someone so that you can climb up the ladder is difficult. But what we have in Ghana, I don't think that you will get anywhere, because in Ghana, people are ready to help. People are ready to help, and the system is not saturated, and so you can place yourself anywhere and then survive. And you see, it's small, steady steps towards progress. You can't wake up one day and become somebody at once. But the issues that people have, especially if you are moving from the UK to Ghana, is taking your UK lifestyle right back to the city of Accra or Kumasi or wherever you want to be, and you want the same thing. You can't compare somebody who is in class 6 doing an exam. You want to give a class 6 student an university exams. The UK is like somebody who's doing his university exams, we are doing primary school exam. You the comparison, it's not there. You shouldn't even start. But I can assure you, as there is daytime and nighttime, that as long as you are consistent, you are passionate, you are hungry, these three things would get you across the line. And that's what I did.
Joanna, you are well established in the UK in your industry, but would like to perhaps do what you do in Ghana. What do you think are some of the things that are perhaps holding you back?
So it's a really interesting question. We touched on this earlier. I think there's a communication challenge that we probably still need to address, which is, I think, communicating to the diaspora here exactly what are the areas and sectors and for opportunity to be able to build businesses over there. You've also got a lot of perception challenges, which I think for most people, if the perception of a place is that the infrastructure maybe isn't there, or there isn't the ability to go in and raise funds to get investment to scale, then it can be that your opportunities feel that they might do better closer to home. So you might think, actually, I'll start in somewhere like Europe rather than actually building back from the place that you're from. So I think there's a communication strategy that's quite important at the moment, which is to allow entrepreneurs like myself here in the UK to understand what the economic strategy is for Ghana. What are the infrastructural and what will the infrastructure look like if you're trying to build a business there? And also what independent regulatory process could there be to ensure that if there are risks to business, that you feel satisfied that there are some mitigations that aren't going to lose you huge amounts of money. And again, I think for someone like myself who's had to raise investment here in the UK and was successful at doing that, it's understanding if what's required here in order to make sure that you get access to quite big pots of money, if that is mirrored in Ghana. So is it as simple as just having a great idea and pitching, or are there other elements of kind of from a process perspective and a regulatory perspective that actually would open a few more doors? Because I think we are missing a huge opportunity in Ghana with the amount of businesses that have been started here, built here, and have got to a place where they're earning great profit, and the expansion into Ghana. And it's, I think, that fear and perception of things not going to plan and losing huge amounts of money. And depending on where you are in your growth journey, sometimes just a risk that's not worth taking.
Yeah. Mr. Graham, I'm going to come to you because you are the oracle in all of the youth thing. So how do we make Ghana a welcoming landscape for someone like Joanna and the concerns that she may have about accessing money for growth, making sure that regulations are in place, all those kind of things? You know, how do we make Ghana a welcoming landscape for that?
It's I think Ghana, and I'll be very sincere, it's relatively a no-brainer. I mean, and sometimes, I mean, having had the benefit of knowing many countries and travel constantly and doing the comparison, I often lighthearted and say that I think God specially made Ghana, whether you believe it or not. So here's a country that naturally is the center of the world. Ghana is the only country on latitude 0, longitude 0. So geographically, we are the center of the world. We are a very happy people, notwithstanding the problems we have. We are known to be one of the happiest countries there. And things seem to just work with Ghana. In Africa, we were the first sub-Saharan country to gain independence. So we have a certain pedigree that resonates very positively on the continent. And anytime I go somewhere and I mention Ghana, suddenly I see all the attention turned to me because people want to know what Ghana is. I always describe the Ghana story as the story of 3 O's. The first one, O, is opportunity. The second one is openness. The third one is optimism. And we actually embody that in the things we do, despite the fact that we also love to complain, but it's good because we complain because we want the best. But Ghana today in West Africa is considered the best place to invest because of the investment policies that we have, the open door policy that we have, and the fact that we engage, and the fact that we are optimistic. But we are also a country that is rich in resources. We have diamonds, we have gold, we have bauxite, we have iron ore, we have manganese, we have lithium, we have salt, we have graphite, we have granite, we have oil and gas. So almost all the resources required for development are found in copious quantities in Ghana. But it goes beyond that, because in more recent times, Ghana has repositioned itself as a hub and entry point into the African continent. And I dare say today, and I'm sure many of you quote me many years from today, that Africa is the continent that will solve the world's economic problems post the pandemic and post the recent political and economic disruptions that have occurred. Now, why do I say so? Three things. Three things that are very significant in today's global economic history. Africa today has not less than 40% of the world's remaining mineral resources. 90% of the world's platinum is in Africa. 90% of the world's chromium is in Africa. 90% of the world's cobalt is in Africa. Not to mention the copious quantities of lithium, copper, zinc, gold, and of which, of course, 50% of the world's gold is in Africa. And Ghana is the #1 gold producer on the continent. You see all these minerals that are required today for global development. And they are what we call the transition minerals that are required for energy transitions. So the continent is naturally positioned to even solve the world's problem with transition energies arising from emissions and climate change, which has brought about a lot of awareness that now we need to do things differently. We need to decarbonize, achieve net zero in a couple of years. That's one. We have the resources. Two, we have the population. Today, Africa's population is 1.4 billion people. By the year 2030, it would have grown to 1.7 billion. By the year 2050, it would have grown to 2.6 billion. Every fourth person in this world will be African. Africa will be 1/4 of the world's population. By the year 2100, it would have grown to 1/3 of the world's population. Now, that significantly means two things. One, it's an emerging consumer market waiting to happen. Bear in mind, 60% of the current 1.4 billion population is under the age of 30. So it's a consumer market waiting to happen. Now, why is that important? Because everywhere else in the world is aging and depopulating. Africa is the only population growing. So you talk about Europe, yeah, they are aging. They're depopulating, their population is decreasing. They don't have places to market their goods. The same with America, the same with China. Even Latin America, to a certain extent, closer to Africa, but still a depopulating population. Africa is the only one that is growing. Now, it's a consumer market waiting to happen, but two, it's also the world's next repository of human capital to grow the world. Whilst everybody else is growing older, Africa is growing younger. That youth dividend has significant, contribution to global economies. And if you look at global economic history, population and youth has always been a dividend that you cannot just ignore. Thirdly and lastly, the importance of the continent, once again, is elevated when you talk about food security that is coming out today because of climate change, because of global emissions. There's a great threat to global food security. But guess what? 65% of the remaining arable land left in the world is in Africa. So Africa stands in a position to save the world from from the food crisis. And when you look at the continent, Africa contributes only 3% to global emissions, but has also suffered the fate of, climate change. But on the continent, there are at least 4 basins that act as a carbon sink for global emissions. When you take the Congo Basin, for example, it's a carbon sink for 8% of global emissions. And so the continent has become de facto extremely important to global economies. Why do you think every year, almost every developed country wants to hold an Africa conference? You have FOCAC in China, you have TICAD in Japan, you have CWA in Germany. you have the Africa UK conference, you have the EU Africa conference. Every place in the world wants to have an Africa conference. But we from the continent don't seem to have realized how important and how powerful we are. Now, why do I say so? Can you imagine each of these conferences happens outside the continent? And so every year in all these countries, you have 10, 20 presidents jet off to Paris, jet off to Berlin, jet off to New York, Tokyo, Beijing. If we had realized how powerful we were, these conferences would happen on the continent. Because that's where the power is. But who holds the power? Here, right here. The Africans in the diaspora, the Africans on the continent. You are the single strongest bridge between the developed countries and the African continent. And guess what? Most of you are Ghanaian. If you look at the UK, there are approximately 1.42 million Africans in the UK. It's estimated that 56% of that are Ghanaians. And it tells you how powerful you are. But let me just give another example. In 2023, total remittances to the African continent was about 54 billion. It's much more than any official development funding to the African continent. It's much more. I mean, if you look at remittances to Ghana in 2023 from the World Bank's International Migration Office, Ghana alone, remittances topped $4.6 billion. It's much more than we borrowed from the IMF. We borrowed $3 billion. $4.6 billion. The only problem we have is we didn't officially channel it into real development. So the money's gone in, and indirectly, it's helped pay people's education, it's helped pay, health bills for parents and people that have been left behind. But it tells you the power of the diaspora. Last year, Nigeria had the biggest remittances, $19.5 billion. Ghana was the next on the continent. And so there is a certain power that is arising, but it needs to be provoked. It needs to be channeled correctly. What Ghana has done is to come out with what they call the Homeland Act, which is a new law that is governing how the country will relate to the diaspora. And beyond that, there's also the diaspora engagement policy, which tries to prescribe what incentives and what help government and Ghana as a country can give to the diaspora to mainstream them back in there. And this afternoon, just before here, we've had all these conversations, but I didn't want to tell you about all these things there. I think it's better for the whole, audience to hear. And so there is a recognition about it. Now, lastly, it's also going to do with self-perceptions. When you look at the African continent, I'm sure most of you did geography somewhere in school. Do you know that you can fit the United States, China, and the whole EU into the African continent, and there will still be a third of the continent left? But they always give you the impression that Africa is this small village somewhere. It's a continent of 54 countries and one island. It's bigger than China, US, EU put together. Can you imagine how strong and big a significant market is? When you come to the US, I can give you some of the statistics. The top 1 percentile of performance universities are Nigerians from Africa. So even in terms of the academia and the capacity and the capability, we have a certain power that we haven't as yet harnessed, that we need to harness. And I dare say that most of that is sitting here. In the next 10 years, the Warren Buffett's, Bill Gates, Tiny, and all the people that you mentioned on top of the world's wealth ladder should be from this room here today. It can't be from anywhere because you are sitting on the resources, you are sitting on the market, and you are sitting on the possibility of creating a new economy. And in Ghana, we've taken the lead by moving away from the old precepts of aid to the African continent. We have President Akufo-Addo who says, well, no more. We have to have a Ghana beyond aid. But even beyond that, we have to add value to our raw materials and resources. We can't be exporting our cocoa and our gold in the raw form anymore.
Yeah.
Look, when we take a ton of bauxite, in fact, if you take the bauxite deposits that we have, if you mine it, approximately all the reserves we have is estimated at about $50 billion US. The deposits that we have. If you convert it, you put the alumina to aluminium, it's over $400 billion US. If we take the lithium that we have, it's multiples of hundreds of billion dollars. If you take the iron ore that we have in the northern parts of Ghana, it's hundreds of billions of dollars. And so we need to do that. What has happened in the past, even our cocoa, we just export the beans. The average cocoa farmer gets less than 5% of a bar of chocolate, but he produces 67% of all the cocoa beans in the world.
So you've sold it to us. I mean, I don't know about you, I'm sold with the, you know, all the natural resources that you've talked about, whether it's the cocoa, whether it's the gold, whether it's the lithium, whether it's the platinum, and that's all very well and good. But if the average cocoa farmer only gets 5% from a bar of chocolate, what would be the point of any of us investing in a cocoa farm or in a gold farm? If one, everything is being exported, if two, if the people that are in country already are not making money for it, where's the attraction for any of us?
You see, you didn't even get the point. Because I said that we have not benefited because we've been pushed. The global, first of all, the global agricultural and trade infrastructure has never favored Africa. Why? Because it's been that we always have to export our raw materials. The continent, and it's just not Ghana, the continent exports its raw materials and imports finished goods out of those raw materials at multiple prices. How does that help you and I? How does it help the African who's out there slaving to dig out these things? It hasn't worked. So the proposition, and I said, and I keep saying, President Akufo-Addo has emphasized on that several, that we need to move away from that and add value to our raw materials before export. We have to do that. And in Ghana, the infrastructure for that, or should I say the architecture for that, is being engineered in multiple ways. First of all, before you can industrialize, you need to educate your people. So it says, okay, let's do a new education policy of free senior high school, so that in the medium term, the minimum education of the average Ghanaian will be high school education. It will do better for us to industrialize than every year over 100,000 kids drop off the education ladder at the age of 13 and 14 with no recourse for further education. Second, decide that, well, if we are doing this and we are producing more smart people, then we need to forcibly industrialize. But it's not difficult because you have to compete with countries that have already set up the infrastructure and they are doing stuff. But you have to start your own production. The continent needs to add value to its raw materials to export to Europe, America, China, everywhere else. That is how you create wealth on the continent. Because the previous regime has not brought about wealth creation on the continent.
Yeah, absolutely.
So in Ghana, we started by saying, okay, we'll do the one district, one factory policy, that every district should have a factory or a production capacity where you add value to the raw materials that are. You start with one district, one factory. Maybe in the next 5 years, you have one district, 10 factories, one district, 20 factories. Then lastly, because we recognize that there's this great importance, and maybe you, being in England, would find somebody who makes chocolate and says, well, you know what? Maybe I can do the chocolate in Ghana because the cocoa is there. My cost of production in Ghana may be much less than in the UK because, you know, I mean, the raw material is there right next to the market and there's a market waiting for you. So, yeah, you ask me, so how do you benefit? Go and value to cocoa. And I can tell you today, and maybe I'm sure he'll tell me, you also confirm it. If you look at the African continent, when you look at the unicorns, that all the companies that have come out that are, you know, have a potential of $1 billion revenue every year, they will be set up by people from the diaspora. When you go to Accra today, Accra is expanding almost exponentially Most of the real estate is either being bought or being developed by Ghanaians in the diaspora. So the diaspora has a certain power and ability because they bring one capital, they also bring state-of-the-art practices, global practices, new cultures, new ways of doing things, and they're a cultural bridge between the countries in which they are and their own countries. So they can do a lot more, even perhaps much more than the indigenous who live there. And when you go to Accra today, more restaurants have opened in Accra in the past 2 years than had opened in the previous 10 years. And I know because we register them, we look at them. And almost exclusively people from the diaspora. And so, like my very good friend James said here, it may seem difficult. Focus, dedication, perseverance, and ability to sustain your business will give you $1 more in Ghana and in Africa, much more than you get anywhere else. And the funny thing is, those other people who want to come to the continent to invest, they recognize it. They do recognize it. Over the past 3 years, what we've done at GIPC is to travel to try Ghana, the diaspora. So it's taken me to the Caribbean, it's taken me to Latin America. I've been through the US where we did 7 cities. Just last 2 months, we did 4 cities in Europe, trying to whip up or break the information asymmetry between the diaspora and the continent. And I realized that through no fault of many of you in the diaspora, you don't keep in touch with what is happening at home. Many of them don't even know that in Ghana, there's a diaspora engagement policy. Because for many reasons, there are many reasons. I'm not here to tell what the reasons are. But we are here today to tell you that there is a new opportunity that you should take advantage of. If you are here and you are in school, learn the things that have made them successful and bring it back home. We don't expect that everybody in the diaspora will come back home. But we expect that everybody in the diaspora will take advantage of the opportunity back home. I have friends who are here, who live in the UK, but have thriving businesses in Ghana because they took what they had seen here and took it back. But they still want to be here to take advantage of whatever they have. So I think that it's a win-win situation. We can only be positive. And lastly, you will find problems. You will see, you get to Ghana, you get back to Africa, you get a lot of pushback. But that is not what is going to stop you. If somebody can leave his hometown somewhere in Arkansas with nothing and come to Ghana and make it, I see no reason why anybody, any one of you, cannot go back home and make it twice as much.
Cynthia, you're a global branding expert. Yes. Cynthia, I wanted to come to you because you're a global branding expert. I think it's clear that there maybe is a bit of a sort of a branding disconnect between what Mr. Grant was telling us about what's available in Ghana, the resources, how much people can connect, and what people maybe perceive. How can that be fixed?
I think in this situation, I just go back to brand basics. I had a lot of amazing stuff there. But it all seemed like the onus was on the diaspora to figure it out and to understand. I would switch it back and say, there's some work to be done around understanding the audience of the diaspora. And just as Africa isn't a monolith, the diaspora isn't a monolith. There's different motivations, different talents, different skill pools, and understanding of Africa. They're coming from different experiences. So I would encourage, with everything that's going on, there's lots of great policy going on. Understand the audience of the diaspora, create the comms around it, or even the policies that connect the diaspora to the government policies so that it makes sense, they understand the benefits. And then most importantly, the piece that's normally missing within a marketing loop or a brand loop is the evaluation piece. So it might be going well for a year or two, but what's the feedback loop? Are we looking about what's working? What's the feedback from all parties, not just the diaspora and the governments that are benefiting, but the local community? So in all of this, I also worry about Yes, the diaspora can bridge the West to Africa, but what's the impact on the local local environment, the local indigenous people, so to speak, because they haven't had that experience. A lot of the stuff that's coming through might be alien to them. We were talking earlier about the impact of the sudden tourism that happens in December, for those of you who partake in that. And not just the cost of going out. I mean, all of these restaurants that are open are aimed at the diaspora, but many of local people don't participate in those. So my question is, how many of those restaurants survive past these holiday seasons?
I think it's an assumption.
Okay.
I think it's an assumption that they're made for the diaspora. It's not. Local people patronize, and maybe you could bury out. You see, that's so a lot of information disconnect. And by the way, the diaspora engagement policy was written by people from the diaspora.
But John, I think you make a good point, because I think that for all of what you've just said, as Afua just said, I'm sold, right? But where do I get access to that information? No, but had I not come here today and, come to know of you, where is that widely communicated so that people in here don't have to come to an event like this to be aware of all of, because that data is very impressive. And when it comes to investment and trying to convince people to do business with you, to understand the problem your business solves or the value your business adds, data and evidence, and to Cynthia's point around evaluation, that's really important. So I just think there's a big disconnect. I also think when you think about Africa more widely, and if you think back to sort of the background that Afua and I are from, which is mainstream British media publications, we don't own our diet, we don't own our rhetoric or narrative on the continent. So we're already, as sort of the diaspora, trying to prove that, if you came to Ghana, for example, that you have access to the same entertainment, that you have in the UK. I do Pilates. I'll give an example. I do Pilates here in the UK, and my friend does it in the UK and also does it in Ghana. People couldn't believe that there was Pilates in Ghana. So there is still a narrative and a rhetoric. And it's a simple example. I'm being sort of silly when I say that, but there is still a perception of what Ghana or Africa is like. And if the rhetoric here in the UK has been aid, poverty, and that's an overwhelming narrative about Africa, we have a big responsibility. We have a big responsibility to actually turn that narrative around and own it. So, for example, the companies you mentioned that are British, that are owned by, the diaspora that have gone back, I'd love to know who they all are, because that's a proof of concept, isn't it? So I just think there's a big education gap. And I think it would inspire a lot more activity for those in this room if they knew about that.
Totally agree. And just going back to the piece about the diverse diaspora, not everybody wants to come back and live a Hollywood lifestyle. Some of us might want to be on a farm. So just, it's important to show the different options that are available for you back in Africa as well.
So, as we are taking talk about farm, you see, I have a diverse view of diaspora investment. Look, if you have £10,000 in Ghana, in the UK, saved, and you are getting interest on it, I will encourage you to bring it to Ghana, and then you make more money than you put it in a bank here. Because if you look, for instance, while you're talking about farm, if you look at from the value chain, from the farm gate to the market gate, there's several spaces you can plug yourself. In Ghana, for instance, a bag of maize at its peak would sell at 500 cedis Ghana cedis. By the time it is short and scarce in the market, it's 1,100. Just that space, you can put yourself into the haulage business, moving farm produce from one end to another, because the data is so bad. 45% of cassava produced rots in the ground. You know why? Because by the time they are to harvest it, it's more expensive to pay the labor to harvest it than once it's sold. And these are things that, look, if you have the space, you can move into warehousing. Small bits, not the large ones. Look, because in Ghana, most businesses are SMEs, small businesses. That is how we are. Small-time farmers, small-time businesses.
That is how we created, just like I used to live in, I had spent some time in Basel. I say every time Basel in Switzerland, they have small of everything in America, but not the huge malls. But you get McDonald's, that is how the Ghanaian system is built on. I was I was encouraging a distant cousin of mine to move, and he says, "But Doctor, how am I going to move to Ghana because I don't have a capital?" And I was laughing. I said, "Look, you have one house in McCarthy Hill that is being occupied by a distant relative. You have another house in Sphinx Road, when you come, you stay in, sell both of them, move straight to Ghana. And I can assure you, you would make it many times over." These are the things that we need to talk to people about because it hurts me when I see that there are people around here who would make it straight away when they plant themselves in Ghana and then they adopt the Ghanaian lifestyle. It's the adaptation that is important. I say it, and I'll say it every single day. You don't have to go to Yofi. Talk to people around. Talk to the local boy. Talk to the local girl. Talk to the ordinary Joe in Ghana. You will know where to plug yourself in. Don't bring your Britishness straight into my city. Because it's a whole different story. Trust me. The people we in my company insisted to come and do the masters here. They are yearning to come back because they know we are doing cashing. We have set up. There are little things you can do. It is small, strong steps towards progress. I keep on saying. You see, when you want to look at it in the big way, you want to come work with other people. Don't start there. Don't just start there because I get a point. Because very few people will get a chance to move in city straight to my city and then move on with my city. There's 30% of tomatoes rots. Can you imagine? Just rots. The person has produced it and rots. They use the shell of cocoa to make soap. The black soap that is popular in the world now. It goes waste in my country, in our country, Ghana, waste. If you bring small amount of money, you bring a bit of idea technology, you change it, labeling, sort of, marketing. You have a business, you move on with it. So it hurts me really, really, because I think Ghana is the place to be. I will say it 10 times. Don't stay here. Don't stay here. Come and do this. Let's make this nation of ours. I'm begging you. I will also tell you, it's going to be easy. It's not going to be easy, but push on, persevere. The passion, the hunger. Think about your children and your children's children, the Ghana that you want them to live in. That's what I will tell you. Please come.
Mr. Grant, I believe you have some examples for Joanna.
Yes.
Those companies that you have to back.
I will show you.
Because I didn't believe them. I'm saying it's a good thing to.
One of the examples I can give you immediately is KGL, Mr. Daddy's group. Unfortunately, he had to leave because he had Mr. from Ivory Coast. Mr. Daddy had been in the UK for close to 32 years. And I managed to, and I can say, I'm proud to say, I managed to convince him to come back to Ghana. Today, he runs probably one of the largest companies in Ghana. It's a diversified group of subsidiaries in the tech space. Then it's CarePoint is a tech-forward healthcare network serving over 1 million patients across 65 facilities in Egypt, Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya, with a vision to build Africa's healthcare future. It's in Ghana. There's Golden Pound Investments Corporation. It has a portfolio. It has a number of portfolio companies, including Andela, Flutterwave, and M-Pharma. And it has raised 1.5 billion in venture capital for its thing. Then there's Britannia Ginger. It was established by a number of physicians trained in the UK, and they are revolutionizing the delivery and quality of healthcare in Africa. They're all over the continent. Then there's the American Rejuvenation Center, also healthcare, by a number of American and Ghanaian doctors, and they're doing stuff. There's Ayi Mensa Park, which was also by a Ghanaian. I mean, he built what, 218 homes. Basically, he was targeting the diaspora, but now he's found an opportunity in what we call social housing. So he's doing his next project. Then, of course, there's Devon Traku Plus, which I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
And then there's Gerald, right here in front of you. But these are even large companies. I can tell you the number of small companies, some in the technology space, who are doing all sorts of applications like Express Pay, so many of them. There are companies that are doing well there. And just like James said, you know, sometimes it's difficult to see the opportunity. And sometimes, I mean, I have had friends from the diaspora who come in and says, oh, it's too difficult. And in Ghana, you people do these things. It's when we tell you to do it, say, that's how we do it here. It's not going to be easy. Culture change is not easy. It's not easy. It doesn't happen overnight. But as I was saying upstairs, look, a lot of the companies that you see that have grown up today in Ghana were from people from the diaspora. My company of which I was part, DataBank, was one. It was a pioneer in the financial sector. Many of them that you see in the real estate sector, from the diaspora, healthcare, diaspora, hospitality, diaspora, even banking, diaspora, telecoms, diaspora. So the opportunities are there. And yes, I agree with you. Sometimes you just don't know where to start. But today, on social media, you'll see GIPC every day, all over. That is where you start. That is where you should start. Come over and we will help you actualize what it is. And let me tell you something very interesting, because I'm sure those of us in Ghana would now see and say, true. Even those in government, I can bet you over 3/4 of those who enter government have once been in the diaspora. They've once been in the diaspora. You hardly see any of them. Name it. Today, the Ministry of Finance, schooled here, he worked here. The Vice President, who is now presidential candidate, he schooled here, he taught in Canada, he went back. Which other minister? Name it. The Minister of Trade, K.T. Hammond, he was a lawyer here. He left and went back to Ghana. So the diaspora in Ghana is much more important and much more powerful than you seem to think. But the reason why they are useful is that they bring the best of practices from wherever they came from, and they plant it in the economy. The last thing is the AFCFTA creates an opportunity that any of you who is thinking of making money in the world, not only in Ghana or in Africa, should think about. And I'm sure maybe many of you don't know what the AFCFTA is the world's largest tariff-free market set up in Africa. It's all the 54 countries in Africa who have come together to form one market that is tariff-free. So if you manufacture in Ghana and you want to export to any country on the continent, it's tax-free. How much more can you make money in the world than taking advantage of such a market? It's waiting for you.
I think there's a lot of people that would say that one of the barriers or the things that perhaps would hold them back is things like processes. And if you don't have a network on the ground, Cynthia, you know, I discussed this, if you are coming into country and you don't necessarily have someone who can plug you into where to get a Ghana card, can I get a passport? You know, even things like, how can I get my Wi-Fi set up? There's all these things that people may not necessarily know about. So how do we overcome those challenges? I'll put this to everyone in the panel. How do we overcome those challenges so that people can find it easier to get started, plug in, access funding? Dr. Lindsay, I'll come to you on that because you've done it. So how can we make that easier for those of us from the diaspora to be able to overcome?
First and foremost, your first point of call will be friends and relatives in Ghana. They will tell you a thing or two. Look, I'll be the first to tell you this. I mean, I'll be honest about it. In Ghana, that's the only place I can think of where you have a chief for begging. So if you do something wrong, you go to Tibet. That's our system. That my country, Ghana, is the only place that when you cross a red light, you have to call somebody and say, "Oh, I beg you." In the UK, it's not like that. It's a process. It will change. You know, that's why there's only like you say, "I beg you, forgive me." It's not so. But it will change. When the people from the diaspora, you come back, you will infect us with your culture, your way of doing things, and then slowly we'll move on. So your first point of call, I will be honest with you, with friends and family, to tell you a thing or two about what is going on in your locality. Yes, again, we have leadership problem, not political leadership, everywhere, social, church leaders and everything. But then if you come, you join us, we will learn from you. And then we will take the good from your end and add it to ours. We can't do it on our own. That is why we are inviting you to come. So look at your friends and family first before you go to GLPC. Because if you go in there, they will tell you a few things which are good, but not only. If you want to say, go into the vegetable market, if you want to enter in the vegetable market, you talk to the people around, you don't talk to GMPC. And that's a business you can start with just 10,000 or even 5,000 pounds. It's the steps you take, reinvesting whatever you make. That is that's what should happen in Ghana. I am talking more about entrepreneurship, diasporans who are moving to Ghana to become entrepreneurs. That's where my interest is. And that is what drives the Ghanaian economy. So all in all, these are the steps that you take. And then don't, as I repeat again, don't bring your Britishness into Ghana. I can tell you, there are people, I know people, and a couple of my business partners are here. They clear goods for people in the diaspora who are living in Ghana. They are buying milk, they are buying meat, everything from Costco direct. You run back to London because the money will finish. You adapt. Adaptation is key. Very, very key. When you go to Ghana, this is the first time I've put on a suit in 6 months because when I'm going to work, I don't want a chance and a change because I have to be on the site. Because we have about 30, 40 different lifestyle sites and I have to visit at least 5, 6 because I have to keep my eye on the ball. That is Ghana for you. If you decide to sit in your office, you've invested in Ghana, you sit in your office and you think you can use the social, you'll have to check. So adaptation.
For those that aren't fortunate enough to have family or friends in Ghana or have come from a context of being born abroad, I think the organisations that people like Denta from Guba have put together, Bizoma, St. John, are really useful. And I'd say networking is key. Networking is key in Ghana as well. That's how you get to make friends and to know these nuances. And in addition to that, I think speaking to people like myself and Joanna who have had that experience, I think we need to do a better job of getting out there and telling the raw truth of what it's like to take your Britishness to Ghana and suffer as a consequence of it.
For you, Joanna, obviously, of mixed heritage, and you find it difficult.
Find it interesting, yes. Taking my Britishness, saying that. Yeah, exactly. That's the name I've usually got. Yeah, sorry.
It's the thing though, yes.
finding the balance, and because this is part of our identity, and I hear what you're saying about don't bring your Britishness, but it's some of the Britishness that it's a positive benefit to the country as well. So I guess it's just understanding what is acceptable and isn't acceptable.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd say my advice to anyone who comes from my type of context is to be humble and to make friends, and friends of all levels as well. Don't think you need to go around with the ballers of the country, like talk to the gatemen, talk to your taxi drivers. They're the ones that tell you what the truth is on the ground as well.
Yeah. Just before I open up to the audience for Q&A, Mr. Grant, I'm going to come to you lastly. Look, you all know there's an election coming in December. What is going to be done to make sure that the good work you have done in your office continues? Because I think there's a perception that when one government, that's perhaps the opposite side from the other, comes in, they will undo things that the previous government has done. We know that this government has pioneered Year of the Return and everything beyond that, diaspora engagement, absolutely. What can we do to make sure, and I know, you know, we don't know what will happen in December, or we do, but what can we do to make sure that come an election and beyond that, the good work of diaspora engagement continues?
Very good question. And I think that like many other things on the African continent, it's a perception that we always hold. But I mean, sometimes I think these perceptions are fed. They are fed into the narrative to just make it look unattractive. And we need to be cautious about that, because I've seen many. I mean, when you look at the African continent, there's every reason to say that performance risk from debt and everything on the African continent, by the books and the literature, is much better than almost all the other emerging markets. But yet, anytime money has to come to the continent, there's a demand for a premium based on a perception that is totally untrue. When you come to Ghana, I mean, this is what people have said, and they've said it based on what they think would happen, but not what happens. I mean, there's just one government that's just gone through the 8-year cycle. Nothing was really jettisoned. Whatever was jettisoned was probably something that was not conceived fully and is still waiting. But many of the things that the previous government did have been continued. And it's the belief that if there's a change in government, whatever was will still be continued. I mean, some of the policies that have been put in place are so strong and powerful to the people that it's the people who continue it. It's not the government. Once it's set, it's going, it keeps moving. I mean, for example, I can tell you the free senior high school policy as an example. It was started in 2017. What happened? The next 2 years, 1.4 million kids went back to school. 1.4 million kids. And subsequently, it's been growing. Now, do you think any government in all its wisdom will come and stop this policy? The next day, you'll be kicked out. And there are new factories being built. Do you think a government will come and say, no, we won't build any more factories? People who are getting jobs out of this say, what do you mean? You've got to do it. You know, schools are being built. School buildings were built by the previous government. They've been continued. More have been added. It's a continuum. You have to build it. And it's a perception that has always hit the African continent, that Africa is the dark continent. Yet everybody wants to come to do business in Africa. If it was that dark, why would they want to come to Africa?
Exactly.
You know, so we ourselves as people, we need to rebuff some of these things, and we need to make sure that that continuity is sustained.
Yeah.
You know, it's not about the government anymore. It's about we the people. What do we want? And how do we sustain it? How do we make sure that it's sustained? How do we engage? There are a lot of people from the diaspora, and I'll tell you a funny story though. Well, I was in Bremen recently, and in a very similar situation, but it was purely engaged towards business with the diaspora. So a lady got up to make a comment, and she was very furious. She said she had raised money from her community and had set up a school in Adenta, one of the districts in Accra, and put her cousin and her sister in charge. They sold the furniture, She got 36 new laptops, sent it there. It didn't last 2 months. They all disappeared. And she got so upset that, she wanted to sell the school. And I kept saying, no, don't sell it. I know it's really tough. It's very difficult. But maybe you should have found a more formalized way of establishing those businesses and actually getting professionals to run them. Because when you put a bunch of hungry people in charge of something that you are not there to, you put yourself in harm's way. You are not going to see it. I mean, there are cases where I know that somebody in the US had been sending his cousin money in the Western region to put up this building for him. And they kept sending all these nice pictures of a particular building, somebody else's home. And then he decided to come home impromptu and he came. And he went and says, where's my home? And there's nothing. There was nothing. He got so upset, he went, got a gun and shot the chap. Because he felt he had worked all his life to put up this building. And then so all the work he's done his whole life, gone. So the thing is also how to use a formal structure. And that is why the diaspora engagement policy is important. It's on the net. So I guess most of you should go on the net and have a look at it, read it, feel it. And if there are things that you feel that can be done better, there's a mechanism for feedback.
Okay.
It's there. I mean, it's there. The net is a very powerful tool. I've discovered that these days, people don't even go to school anymore. They learn on the net. But all of these things are available. Maybe what we left behind is not the Ghana today. It's changing. It's changing very, very rapidly. And if you're not careful, unfortunately, you'll be left out.
Yeah,
you'll be left behind. So don't be discouraged. It's going to be tough, like they learned. But I bet you the next time she goes to Ghana, she'll have a few tricks up her sleeve herself. That will make her survive. And it's the same with Jordan. He found this trick. He survived. Mr. Daddy found this trick. He's built a huge company that is now becoming also an investor in other countries. You have the power, you have the opportunity. Take advantage of it. If you're in school here, learn and make sure you are the best at whatever you do. Because the African continent has so much need for transformation, for regeneration, that the diaspora can only be as powerful as it wants to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Have we got time for?
One more.
Yes, we've got time for two quick questions. Actual questions, please, not statements.
You know each other.
Okay, once again, thank you for all your submissions, and I'm grateful that we have panels of different age groups so we can better relate. To Mr. Yofi Grant, thanks for highlighting the richness in Africa.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can you use the microphone?
Okay, yeah, all right. Thanks for highlighting the richness in Africa, the potentials we have, reminding us of that, and also the roles we have as diasporans to progress this. And there are so many dynamics in investments, business, startups, entrepreneurship back home. And from my perspective, most diasporans, we are more skeptical about what the leadership governance role in the economic stability in our countries. You say, yes, there are assumptions. Also, reality shows that most of leadership in Africa is more centered on enriching their pockets than enriching Africa. And thanks, people can relate to that. So based on your expertise, I've read your profile, I've seen you have so many expertise in finance, investment, and basically all of us. Do you think as leaders, we've made the best decisions or we've done enough for Africa and as a people? Because governance is leadership and people. Thank you very much.
The Chinese have a saying. They said that the best time to start something was yesterday. The next best time is now. We can't always be crying the same thing. The leaders we choose come from us. They don't come from mass. we need to be checking our own characters to say that if I'm given the opportunity as a leader, is this what I'm going to do? Absolutely not. He had the opportunity as a leader. What did he do? He's built an enterprise. And while, yes, we can sit down and cry as much as we want, please, I have been old enough to realize that the same problems that we accuse our leaders of are not unique to us. Let's not make it like Africa is the worst place and African leaders are the worst leaders in the world. Exactly. No. There's one thing that I hesitate to even broach the subject, but we must not forget our past. We must not forget where we came from. Sometimes the way our governance has been is because of what we've experienced. But we easily forget, and we think that we should be like anybody else. It's not as simple and easy as that. And even the fact that we are talking to you, the diaspora here, I can go home and our own indigenous people say, you go and sit there and talk to the diaspora people as if what, they own the country. What about us who are here? You know, so it's not as simple as it seems. I say, oh yeah, our leaders are all crooks. Somehow you're getting the feel, and I have been more, let's say, exposed to global politics than when I was an investment banker. You get the feel that the world itself is in disruption. Everywhere. In some of the European countries, the far right is taking over. I mean, in the UK, there was Brexit, and Brexit was a response to a situation on the ground. In the US, you know, what's happening just when we thought we were overcoming the Russian-Ukrainian war, then what happened? Oh, Middle East, something else has erupted. Just when we thought that West Africa was at its best peace and everything, then what happened? Coup d'etats in Francophone countries only. You know, so the world is in flux. But I think the solution, when you talk of, don't I think our leaders, well, yeah, maybe our leaders, maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm not the one to cast judgment here, because, and I think James said it best. When we talk of leadership, it's not just the political leadership, it's leadership across all facets of life, within our families. Within our families. How do we bring up our kids? Indeed, to be honest with you, my issue today is not about you sitting here. It's about your kids. Where do they belong? Do they belong back home, or do they belong to a system that in always cons them somehow? We are not sure. The jury is out. Today, every country is now changing its immigration policy. Why? Not because they like our faces. They need workers. So let's not just berate ourselves. On the contrary, I mean, what is past is past. What goes forward is what we decide to take forward. And let's take the good story forward.
We have time for one last question, please.
You do.
I don't know this one. To the panel and insightful conversations. My challenge with these conversations we have is that there was this underlying assumption that Diasporans are oriented into this. So what happens to those who are not necessarily built robustly for international, and those who are also looking for jobs? What is that little space where we become, for instance, I mean, even if you were a champion investment banker, I don't know what happened to you. I'm just kidding. Term markets present a fantastic opportunity for you to test the waters with, you know, some pounds or whatever, and see things grow. But I don't know what the engagement is like, especially for Diasporans and the lower Diasporans. And for those who are very about letting your practitioners go, you need to learn how to call everybody soon.
So now that's a good question actually. What about those of us who are not entrepreneurs, who are not wired for that kind of life?
I think that's a great subject. It's not everybody who's going to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
I mean, but I did say you are a cultural bridge. A cultural bridge means a lot of things. Even in creative arts, the blending of British culture, Ghanaian culture, African culture produces new products that has global appeal. So you don't have to be an entrepreneur. You can be a social entrepreneur. You can be an expert in certain areas where you take your knowledge back home. And that knowledge will help others build better and stronger. Many of you are being educated here. The education you have would have significant importance to the continent. So it's not everybody who will go back, who will become a business person. Indeed, global statistics will tell you, those who are into business education, out of every 10 new companies that are set up, this is global statistics, only one survives. Because private business, small business, they're not easy to prosecute. The problems that you have as a small business in Ghana, you have the same problems in the UK. Access to capital is just as difficult for startups here than as they are in Ghana. Of course, there's a little bit more room here because a new ecosystem is being developed to encourage incubation of businesses. The same in Ghana. Ghana, you have the National Entrepreneurship and Investment Program. You have the Ghana Entrepreneurship Authority. They are all helping startups, etc., get new businesses started. But I'll tell you something which is very important. It's good information for you. GIZ, the German, what should I call them? The German Development Finance Institution has a program where they are actually financing people in the diaspora to go back to their home countries to set up businesses. They actually provide capital if you have a great business plan. And so if you want to, you can go onto their website, GIZ, and if you want to be a business person, there's a pathway for you to do that. But there are many opportunities. You don't have to go there and be a business person. You can be a consultant, you can go and teach, you can go into community development, you can go into healthcare, as I've just demonstrated to you through Gingeria and the American Ghana Rejuvenation Center. The opportunity, look, I mean, I'm Ghanaian, fully Ghanaian, but I have embraced the African opportunity like it's mine. Because I see it. I've been in investment banking, I've worked for over 30 years, and I've been to, it's not that I want to brag or I'm not bragging because it's not supposed to be bragging, but ever since I was a child, I've been traveling. I was the son of an ambassador, of a diplomat, and I've seen many countries. I've seen the things they do. And I think that we can even do better. The thing about knowledge and education is that you learn and take the best and run with it. We have that opportunity. So we don't all have to be business people. I'm sure there are smart people, but I'm still convinced that the next Warren Buffett, the next Bill Gates, the next Elon Musk may be sitting here.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one small, not so small thing, which is around remittances. And you mentioned, Mr. Grant, that it's 54 billion that comes in per year. I think there's power in remembering that there's a lot that can be done with what you send back home, and also together. You don't have to send, if you've only got, say, £100, maybe if you team up with other people and send back a significant amount. This is where government comes in and looks at, well, how can we leverage the power from remittances specifically and intentionally, and feed into this big word that's on the screen around sustainability as well. So how can we build sustainability through remittances? So yes, you don't need to lift and shift over to Africa. You don't need to be a businessman. You don't even need to be the next Warren Buffett, but your investment, however big or small, can be very powerful.
Yeah, definitely.
Impactful.
Yeah, yes.
I just wanted to add a small point. I think sometimes we also can get complacent in the UK and think that this is where it's easier to launch businesses. But as Black individuals, we are also disproportionately impacted by the lack of investment and the lack of faith in our endeavours and our ideas and the way we might have thought about a business opportunity. And certainly when I've had to speak at many business conferences here in the UK, Black women in particular are like 3 times less likely to get investment, even from a bank. that you're just going to rather than a private investor. So over here, I wouldn't necessarily say it's that much easier actually for Black people. And it sounds like there seems to be much more of a welcoming attitude of the continent at times than that we might think we have here.
Yeah, true,
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, and that's something to take advantage of. So.
But it's on a lighter note. I mean, when she goes to Ghana, they will be calling her Obroni. It's a double-edged sword. Sometimes there's a great, advantage for it. Sometimes there's a great disadvantage for it.
Disadvantage so far.
So thank you very much, panel. That was excellent. I'm sure we'll agree. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. And thank you all. Another round of applause as we go on. I would like to very, very quickly go through once more the list of sponsors as they go off the stage. Very quickly, thank you very much to the Phillips Institute, LSE for Africa. Special shout outs to Leslie Orero for keeping this boat running. And the London School of Economics, first of all, for helping Kwame Nkrumah out and also for educating me. Of course, the Foreign Affairs Office of the President of Ghana. No applause. And the Ghana, I'll go through the rest. The Ghana Tourism Authority, Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Ghana Gas, KGL Group, JL Properties, Cape May Properties, Special Gardens, Akaba UK, Q1 Africa, Eugene Chauffeur Services. Our media partners have been Emmy Africa Magazine, Ghana Web, Black Volta, Conconsa, GH Kweku, and Mayal Deborah. The man I would like to introduce next is the man responsible for this entire event. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Thank you, my brother. All right. Thank you, my brother. Now I can go to Buchedo. I want to good evening to all of you gathered here, distinguished personalities. What was once a dream has now come to fruition. And seeing this vision come together is deeply fulfilling. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your various roles in making the main edition of the Africa Rising Symposium in partnership with London School of Economics a resounding success. I would like to extend special thanks to the London School of Economics and Political Science and the Feroz Laji Institute for Africa for this incredible partnership. We look forward to making this an annual event. So you might be seeing this. Our sincere appreciation also goes to our sponsors and partners, the KGO Group, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, the Diaspora Affairs Office of the President of Ghana, the Ghana Tourism Authority, JL Property, Keynote Properties, Special Gardens, Aquaba UK, QI Consults, and my remarkable team. I call them Team Dream, Dare, and Do. Thanks to Leslie and the amazing team at the Feroz Laji Institute for Africa, the QI Africa team, Angela, Nuria, Mariam, and Bridget. Please give these fantastic ladies a lot of applause. They have been extremely helpful in putting this together. And Dennis of Aquaba UK, Thank you so much, Dennis. Dennis actually flew to Ghana to convince me to do this. So Dennis, thank you. I appreciate it. And EMY Africa team, you guys are amazing. I couldn't have done this without you. Soraya, Chris, all of you, thank you so much from the depths of my heart. Special thanks to all our notable speakers who have lent their voices to today's symposium theme, Africa's Renaissance, spotlighting the opportunities and prosperity in Africa and its diaspora. Some of these great men and women flew in from across the pond to be here, and I feel the love. When I went to the airport to meet them, I was like, wow. I couldn't in a million years believe that these great men who have built great careers for themselves, built wealth for themselves, would come out for a young man like me. And it's gratifying. So thank you so much. And I also like to thank the man of the year and CEO of KGO Group, Mr. Alex Zade. Thank you for your insightful keynote address. Africa is at the center of global conversations now. It is the era of the African Renaissance, and more than ever, we need to amplify our voices to project the Africa that often goes unspoken about. The opportunities, the prosperity, the talents, and the resourcefulness. I believe the solutions to our challenges as Africans lies in the opportunities around us and the prosperity we can derive from them. As Africans, we are capable of achieving great things, yet for a long time, we have been conditioned to think small. The African Renaissance is here. This is our time. This is the era to break forth, to think big, and to undertake impactful actions that will change the course of our continent for the better. At EMY Africa, our agenda is to highlight the greatness and excellence of Africa to inspire the youth. The EMY Africa Awards, the EMY Africa Magazine, the EMY Africa Expo, the EMY Africa Soiree, and now the Africa Rising Symposium are all platforms designed to advance this mission. Finally, I would like to leave a few words, especially for the youth here and those watching online. Often, the youth are said to be the future, but I beg to differ. We are the now. So please, dream big, dream as big as you can, and don't apologize for it. Focus on your goals, be positive and optimistic about life, and aim to be the best you can be. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I think it deserves a much louder one. I attended a number of Emmy Award ceremonies, and I always wished that I would be nominated at least for a year. At least I'm hosting an event, you know. Announcements. The event is over. We're having a networking session just outside of the foyer, where we're serving the food for lunch. So please don't be in a rush to go. We're serving food there till 7 p.m. Take someone's phone number, make that connection so that the idea you had can become a reality tomorrow. My name is Daniel Dazi once again. Good evening.
we